out what she's going to do to start tackling the issues around the delays in importing wine so that everyone can have a sensible tipple over the Christmas period.
Well, the honourable member will know that it is important to have committees to work across government because the supply chain issues affect all departments. And he will know that some of the actions that we've done, 30 actions to tackle HGV issues to increase efficiency in the supply chain. We've temporarily extended drivers' hours, we've relaxed late-night delivery restrictions, we've deployed the Military of Defence's driving examiners to increase HGV testing capacity, and yesterday the Policy Director of Logistics UK said that she saw a number of signs of improvement.
Committee Belstride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that my right honourable friend and HMRC are working very hard to ensure that the changes to the import processes coming in on January the 1st run smoothly and don't result in lots of additional friction at the border. However, the Federation of Small Businesses has estimated that just 1 in 4 smaller companies are actually prepared for the changes that are about to happen. So could I ask my right honourable friend if she is aware of that particular issue, and if so, what action she is taking in the short time that remains?
The honourable member makes an important point. We and HMRC have taken significant action to ensure that hauliers are ready, that carriers are ready. The HMRC has weekly meetings with strategic operators. They've conducted webinars for well over 1,000 haulage businesses, and they send monthly emails to over 14,000 hauliers on the next steps. Now, I appreciate that it might be that big businesses are more ready than small businesses, but we have done work there as well, and I'm very pleased to have met the Federation of Small Businesses about 2 weeks ago to discuss these issues.
Rachel Hopkins.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question with questions 3, 10 and 20. I'm pleased to say that the distribution analysis published in the budget showed that the actions of this government since 2019 over this Parliament will benefit those on the lowest incomes the most. Income inequality is also lower than it was in 2010, and on this side of the House, we know the best way to reduce inequality is to get people into fantastic, well-paid jobs, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Income inequality in the UK has barely changed over the last 10 years. So how can it possibly be fair to ask working people to pay even more tax through the national insurance increase next year, while the government is also giving away a £4 billion tax cut for banks' profits through cutting the bank surcharge from 2023? So will the Chancellor set out the combined impact of those two decisions on inequality?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, income inequality on the last published statistics is lower than it was in 2010. There are also fewer people living in absolute poverty. With regard to the national insurance, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House took a decision to fund the NHS in a progressive manner to clear the backlog and usher in reforms to the social care system that will benefit everyone in this country. And with regard to banks, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the honourable lady has seen, the rate of corporation tax that banks will pay is going up. It is going up from 27 to 28%, whilst the rest of the UK corporate base will pay 25%. It is right that banks pay a fair contribution to our coffers, but we should also recognise that financial services is a fantastic UK asset that employs 1 million people, 2/3 of whom are outside of London and the South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While discussions of regional inequality between North and South in the UK are important, this must not be reduced to a simple and misleading binary. My area of Edmonton, North London, currently has an unemployment rate of 9.7%, almost double the national average. Can the Chancellor ensure the House that he will provide the investment London needs, starting by providing the funding that TfL requires to maintain its services, particularly the bus services, which lower-income Londoners are disproportionately reliant on and which face 20% reductions without support?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, if Londoners are worrying what the state of their transport system is and who's responsible for it, I think we all know, Mr. Speaker. And those problems were there before coronavirus. But what I can tell the honourable lady, what we are responsible for is making sure that people have access to high-quality work. And I can reassure her that we are investing in our plan for jobs right across the country. I've visited job centres in London itself. We are helping getting people into work. We're helping them get the skills they need, and I hope I can work with her local area to bring that unemployment rate down.
Mr. Speaker, COVID's accelerated the decline of bank branches, so Acton now has none and no cash points because our post office is gone. The resultant cashless society has hit constituents hard, from the chap who came to see me that's come a cropper of Trump's sanctions regime. He's had all his accounts frozen. To my son and his pals, they can't get a hot snack after school without plastic. To businesses who want to bank their takings. So can you please urgently look into this gross economic inequality that's hitting so many of all our constituents?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a fair point, and my Honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, is doing work on exactly this issue, and government has committed to bringing forward legislation, if required, for access to cash. But I'd be very happy to look into the specific circumstances of the constituent she raised if she'll write to me, and we will do that.
Richard Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As ever, the Chancellor's warm words don't match reality faced by so many people across this country. Take disabled people, for example, rather than groaning, please. Listen, disabled people have been disproportionately attacked by Tory governments over the past decade through austerity, cuts to benefits, and most recently through a cruel lack of support during COVID. Nearly 2 million disabled people were not given the £20 uplift in benefits, including thousands of households in my own seat of Leeds East alone. Every December, we mark the United Nations International Day for Disabled People. So if the government is genuinely interested in tackling economic inequality, will you, it's not funny, grow up, backdate the payments to disabled people and others on so-called legacy benefits who have been left out and let down over the past 18 months. Disabled people deserve to be treated better.
Mr. Speaker, I'm enormously proud of this government's commitment to those who are disabled. We looked after them during the crisis and we continue to support them, Mr. Speaker. Just recently announced £500 million for the Disabilities Facility Grant, more investment in DWP to help close the disabilities employment gap, and something I'm very personally proud of, Mr. Speaker, investment in changing places, which means that those with disabled children or adults will have access to the high-quality facilities they need to enjoy days out with their family. I can assure the honourable gentleman, I and the government is committed to helping all of those who need our help, and we will continue to deliver on that promise.
Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is currently a huge inequality between the taxation of businesses online and those of bricks and mortar. Can I thank the Chancellor for the support he has given through business rate relief to the high street during the pandemic? But can I ask, as I know the Chancellor believes in low taxes, when will business rates be modernised so we can get an even playing field for online and high street businesses, something that's very important to the blue-collar Conservative group?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady has campaigned rightly on this issue, and she raises an excellent point. What I can tell her is the good news on business rates is next year, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the tax cut that we announced in the budget, 90% of retail, hospitality and leisure businesses will see at least a 50% cut in their business rates bill. That's worth £1.7 billion. It's the biggest business rates tax cut since this system was created, other than coronavirus. And on her point about online and offline, she'll know, of course, we have helped bring in an international tax treaty to tax large multinational digital companies, and we continue to consult on the pros and cons of an online sales tax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that one of the best ways we can reduce inequality is by ensuring that young people are equipped with the skills they need to succeed wherever they live? And that's why the additional £126 million of funding for work placements and training is so important for young people in Grantham and Stamford.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I know he is a staunch supporter of skills and getting young people into work in his constituency. He mentions traineeships. Those are fantastic initiatives with a 75% success rate in helping young people, and a great example of our plan for jobs in action, spreading opportunity right across the country.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boosting the minimum wage, reducing the universal credit taper rate, increasing the work allowance will make a tremendous difference to the real-world choices of people living and struggling on low incomes. So does my honourable friend agree with me that, along with those budget measures, the fact that we now have a record number of jobs vacancies means we have a tremendous opportunity as a nation to really bear down on long-term unemployment, reduce economic inactivity, especially amongst the most disadvantaged groups.
Well, my right honourable friend obviously speaks with authority on this topic, and I'm grateful for his support and engagement on these matters over the last year and a half. He is absolutely right. Thanks to the actions of this government's plan for jobs, unemployment has now been falling for 9 months in a row. Record numbers of people are in work, wages are rising, and as my right honourable friend says, that is the best way to help people. That is what this government is doing.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Anismore Island constituency has one of the lowest GVAs in the UK and is in desperate need of investment to reverse this inequality. Can the Chancellor confirm that match funding announced in the nuclear sector deal is in place for the proposed thermal hydraulic testing facility on Anglesey?
Mr. Speaker, if my honourable friend forgives me for not treading on the toes of the Business Secretary, but what she will know is that we allocated, I think, £120 million for future nuclear development in the budget and spending review. I know it's an area of keen interest for her, something she's long campaigned on in her area, and I'm happy to support her in her conversations with the Business Secretary as he decides how to allocate that funding.
Pat McFadden, can I welcome into the dispatch box?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It takes some doing to come up with an inheritance tax aimed at people in the lowest value properties, but that's exactly what the Chancellor and the Conservatives have done with the way that they've designed the social care cap. Even the original author of the policy, Sir Andrew Dilnot, said that the changes the government has made mean, and I quote, "the less well off will not gain any benefit from the cap." When it comes to tax, Mr. Speaker, look at what they do, not what they say or the newspapers that they brief. Why is the Chancellor imposing a tax rise on almost everyone to pay for a policy that will hurt those with the lowest value properties in the country?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our social care reforms will benefit millions of people up and down the country because they will remove the anxiety that your entirety of your assets can be swamped by ever-escalating social care costs. But that is not all they do, Mr. Speaker, and this is important to recognise. They also invest in the social care workforce, £500 million over the next few years to upskill, train and provide development for the social care workforce. That will benefit all of us, and they also critically will help us tackle the social care and elective backlog that has built up. I'm sure everyone in this House will want to see that. The waiting lists were scheduled to get to unprecedented levels. We want to tackle that, and that's what this funding will do.
McFadden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families are heading into this winter facing a cost of living crisis with rising prices and the Chancellor's tax rises on the way. Last week, the Bank of England produced even lower growth forecasts than the OBR did at the time of the budget, and now the bank is forecasting that inflation will rise above 5% next year. Why does the Chancellor think that the Conservatives have produced such low levels of economic growth over the past 10 years? And isn't it the case that this lost decade of low growth has led directly to the cost of living crisis, the high taxes and the inequality that people are facing today?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, forgive me, I should have welcomed the honourable gentleman to his new position, and I look forward to working with him in his new role. With regard to the winter, Mr. Speaker, and energy prices, of course, many people are anxious about inflation. It's something we're grappling with. What I will say to people is we've put in place multiple different interventions to help with those costs, notably the Household Support Fund, £500 million to help millions of our most vulnerable, and that comes on top of the existing support that we have, for whether it's for pensioners or those on lower incomes to help with energy bills that were already in place. This government remains committed to helping people with the cost of living, and I can assure the honourable gentleman we will continue to look at the situation carefully.
Kevin Hollinray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regional mutual banks are a feature of every other G7 economy, where those economies have much lower levels of regional inequality. They are key to the provision of SME finance. We have a number around the UK ready to go, led by experienced professionals. All they need is some pump prime funding. Would my right honourable friend agree to meet with me to discuss this very exciting policy area?
Chancellor.
Well, as ever, I'd always be delighted to meet with my honourable friend and neighbour. Hopefully we can do it in North Yorkshire. That would be fantastic. But he's right, as he always is, in championing the need for SMEs to have access to the finance they need. And if he's come up with yet another idea to make sure that that happens, I'd be delighted to learn more.
SNP spokesperson Alison Phillips.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Chancellor likes to talk a good game on the taper rate and universal credit and his pretendy living wage, but this only benefits those lucky enough to be in work, and it ignores many people who are disabled, carers, out of work and those still on legacy benefits. So can he tell this House why has he abandoned and forgotten this group when they face a cost of living crisis this winter that will quite often affect them more than the rest of the population?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's simply not right to say that we've forgotten anybody. We remain committed to supporting all of those who are most vulnerable in our society, and I outlined previously the various different mechanisms of support we have for people with energy bills, or indeed the recent increase in the local housing allowance. But she says we talk a good game. We on this side of the House believe fundamentally in the power and ability of work to transform people's lives. We want to make sure that people have great jobs. We want to make sure that those jobs are well paid. The cut in the universal credit taper rate is going to ensure a £2.2 billion tax cut for those on the lowest incomes. We are insanely proud of that, Mr Speaker.
Before, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, through our plans for jobs, more than 100,000 young people have started a Kickstart job, including over 9,300 in the West Midlands. But that's not all we've done. The spending review also invests £1.6 billion in high-quality technical education, £554 million in the National Skills Fund, £2.7 billion in apprenticeships, and £60 million in the youth offer to help young job seekers find lasting work.
Mr Speaker, last month I presented awards at the Crimson Apprenticeship Awards, and I met some incredibly talented apprentices who were raring to go and get into the world of work. Can my honourable friend join me in congratulating those apprentices? And will she confirm that apprenticeships are a great way for young people to get into high-skilled jobs that can help bridge the UK skills gap?
I do, of course, join him in congratulating them, and the government is continuing to invest in high-quality technical education and reform the skills system so that it is employer-led to give young people the right skills and training to succeed in life. The honourable member mentioned apprenticeships. More than 100,000 apprentices have been hired under our new incentive payments, of which 75% were under 25. And skills boot camps are upskilling people into high-growth sectors, including in digital.
Carla Lockhart.
Question number 5.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To help us achieve net zero and improve UK air quality, we are reducing the entitlement to use red diesel, which enjoys a duty discount, to come into effect next April. The full duty rate more fairly reflects the damaging impact of diesel emissions, will incentivise the development of greener alternatives.
Carla Lockhart.
I thank the Minister for her response. In my constituency and across Northern Ireland, small family-run construction companies and those operating at a larger scale are telling me that this will absolutely cripple their profitability, and that alongside the significant increase in cost of materials in the last year, it will make their operation even more challenging if the government proceed down this route concerning red diesel taxation. Will the Chancellor and the Minister agree to meet with industry reps to hear the real-life impact and to explore how this can be addressed and how jobs and profitability in Northern Ireland can be protected?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, we recognise this is a significant change for some businesses, but the fact is we have consulted on this since it was first announced back in 2020. We have consulted, including with the construction sector and representatives from Northern Ireland, and the case simply isn't compelling versus the importance of reducing our harmful emissions. The fact is that red diesel leads to 14 million tonnes of carbon dioxide emitted per year, and we need to incentivise greener alternatives as part of our transition to net zero.
That one.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I fully support the government's push toward net zero, but drainage boards do vital work protecting people, businesses and livelihoods from flood risk. Does the Minister agree with me that as they come to set their budgets, it is vital that the government provides assurance that their work will not be affected by changes to red diesel duty?
Well, my honourable friend is right that drainage boards clearly do really important work. The fact is that the public sector, as well as the private sector, needs to decarbonise. In fact, in a low-lying constituency where there is a great awareness of flooding and climate change, it's probably even more important, or I'm sure his constituents appreciate the importance of reducing our carbon dioxide emissions. But I do know that DEFRA is working with the Association of Drainage Authorities on the point that he makes.
Dr. Perkins.
Number 6, sir.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previous receipt of COVID-19 support should not, in and of itself, be a barrier to credit, provided the applicant meets other lender eligibility criteria. It remains important that lenders carry out checks to ensure that they do not lend to individuals in an unaffordable way.
Toby Perkins.
Well, I take the Minister's point, and I agree with what he's saying, but it's not the reality of what people are finding in my constituency. I've had business owners who are as diverse as a music teacher, a house renovator and an airport taxi driver, who've all been told that the reason that they can't get a mortgage or other credit arrangements is because they availed themselves of the government schemes. Now, their businesses are up and running, and it is concerning if no such assessment has been performed. Can I ask the Minister to get in touch with people at the high street banks and prevail upon them to ensure that businesses that have a sustainable track record, that simply utilise those schemes, aren't penalised for that reason?
Minister.
Well, the government has worked with the FCA and will continue to work with the FCA and with credit agencies to ensure that those payment holidays have no impact on borrowers' credit rating. But these checks and the checks that banks and financial institutions undertake need to reflect changes to individuals' income. We don't seek to involve ourselves in commercial decisions. The mortgage lending rates to self-employed are in line with overall self-employed. But of course, I will continue to work with banks and financial institutions and the regulators to keep this situation under review.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The government's heat and building strategy announced £3.9 billion funding to decarbonise buildings over the next 3 years. This included £1.8 billion in support for low-income households. And I'm sure my honourable friend will be pleased to hear that her constituency was also recently allocated £5.2 million to retrofit low-income homes.
Thank you. A retrofit strategy also requires established accreditations and training that workers will want to reskill into and that customers can trust. SGS College, the Active Building Centre and others in my patch across Stroud are really uniquely placed to create those programmes and certifications for the whole country so we can implement the government's ambitions. Will my right honourable friend be working with BEIS and DFE to make sure funding is available for this crucial work?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that we need to have the right skilled workforce for our transition to net zero, and training is part of that. This year we've provided £6.4 million to help 18 training providers train around 8,000 people, and our £2.5 billion funding for the National Skills Fund includes funding for employer-led boot camps. But I'd be very happy to, for instance, meet her, discuss the part that SGS and the Active Building Centre in her constituency could play in making sure we have the workforce we need for the net zero transition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we saw a decade ago the failure of the Green New Deal. Only recently we've seen the failure, complete woeful failure of the Green Homes Grant Scheme. These were supposed to retrofit homes, create jobs and boost the economy. So will the Treasury work with the Department for Business to get a grip so that taxpayers' money is invested in achieving net zero and creating jobs rather than being thrown good money after bad?
Minister.
Well, the Green Homes Grant and its associated scheme from the Chancellor's Plan for Jobs actually saw £1.75 billion invested and improved over 100,000 homes. We're now bringing in a more targeted replacement, the Homes Upgate Grant, to support low-income households. That received £950 million at the spending review, and we're going to continue to support low-income households to make sure they can pump more energy efficient, which is good to keep bills down and an important part of our net zero transition.
Jason McCarthy.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to answer this question together with numbers 13 and 18. Levelling up is the core mission of this government. And at the autumn budget, we announced the first awards from the £4.8 billion Levelling Up Fund, together with £5.7 billion for transport investment in 8 city regions and £3.8 billion for investment in skills over this Parliament. Our Levelling Up white paper will be published in January.
Jason McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Chancellor and the Minister's passion for levelling up and really welcome the creation of the Treasury campus in the North East. But when it next comes to relocating, can I please encourage my right honourable friends please to look at Huddersfield and Marsden and Slough in my Colne Valley constituency, which are strategically located on the Trans-Pennine Rail route between Leeds and Manchester. And we're set to get millions invested thanks to the integrated rail plan. We have fantastic former mill sites ready for regeneration, and the Minister and the Chancellor would be very welcome to join me on a visit.
Be careful how you answer two more.
To that invitation. I'm looking forward to being in Darlington at the Treasury Northern Hub this week. I'm very glad to hear his support for the wider investment on the Trans-Pennine Rail route. This will improve connectivity between Manchester, Leeds and York, including Marsden and Huddersfield, with benefits starting this decade. Diary permitting, I would of course be delighted to discuss a visit to see that investment in action.
What now going to say to Colne McCarthy?
Thank you and happy Christmas to you, Speaker. Connectivity is critical for levelling up. It is why I've advocated and secured significant infrastructure improvements in Lincoln since 2010. The recent counterproductive 25% cut in Lincolnshire's highway maintenance grant is not levelling up. Speaker, and my right honourable friend the Chancellor was sitting next to the Prime Minister when I raised this issue at PMQs a fortnight ago. If the Treasury did not provide the funding for Lincolnshire's highways maintenance grant to return back to 2019 and 20 levels at the very least, it will significantly impact upon improvements and repairs to be made to our highway network in our county. Will my honourable friend agree to return this funding back to pre-pandemic levels, or at least put pressure on our colleagues in the Department for Transport to do so?
Minister.
Well, I hope I can reassure my honourable friend. The spending review confirmed that local roads maintenance funding will be held at 2021 to 2022 levels, which includes the £500 million potholes fund committed to in our manifesto for places not receiving city region settlements. So this represents a 10% increase on 2019 to 20 local roads maintenance funding, with exact allocations to be confirmed by the DFT shortly. Lincolnshire will also benefit from the £2.6 billion committed at the SR for local road upgrades, including the North Highcombe Relief Road, as well as over £5 million from the integrated transport block to spend on small local transport priorities. I'm of course very happy to continue this conversation, but there is very significant funding coming and specific allocations are imminent.
Julian Sturdy, next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend knows the importance of local rail connections to regional growth in the north. But with the publication of the integrated rail plan, can he confirm that the Treasury stands ready to approve full funding for new stations, such as Haxby in my constituency, which is ready to go?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend raises a really important point. The centrality of good local transport connectivity to regional growth can't be overstated, and that's why we provided £96 billion for the integrated rail plan, the largest ever government investment in our rail network. Last year, the government provided £400,000 to support plans for a new station at Haxby. I understand Network Rail have been working in close partnership with the Council to develop that work, and I'm obviously very happy to make sure that that work is supported both at HMT and, of course, at DFT in conjunction with other ministers.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish Commercial Music Industry Task Force understood that the extra money put into the Cultural Recovery Fund in the budget would produce Barnett consequentials for the Scottish Government of £40 million. To date, they understand only £9 million of that money has been released, putting our creative and cultural sector at a significant disadvantage. Can the Minister tell me today, or perhaps in correspondence, when the Scottish Government will receive the remainder of that £31 million balance?
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. The budget, of course, provided the largest ever block grant settlement for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland as part of the Barnett consequentials, and that's something we're very proud of. With regard to his specific point, I'm very happy to reply to him in correspondence, having got further details.
Good morning.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The Western Gateway Partnership is a cross-border area of 4.4 million people and has a huge economic potential across South Wales and the South West, but is yet still to receive the same level of recognition from government as other pan-regional partnerships like the Northern Powerhouse. So will the government address this and get behind the Western Gateway?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a really important point. The Western Gateway is a phenomenally important part of our wider UK growth package. It's something I engaged with closely when I was the Minister for Regional Growth and Local Government last year. I'm always very happy to support their work, and they have equal standing alongside the Northern Powerhouse and the Midlands Engine. I can certainly confirm that for my part, and indeed I know ministers at DLUC as well, we're always happy to engage substantively with her and with the leadership of local authorities in that area.
Samuel Wilson.
Speaker, one of the ways of reducing regional inequality is to encourage investment, which creates jobs, generates tax revenue and gives opportunities for supply chains. Does he therefore understand the bewilderment that many people have when the Scottish Government has lobbied for no development in the Cambo oil field, which will cost 1,000 jobs, will lose the revenue from 175 billion barrels of oil, will push up oil prices, make us more dependent upon foreign supplies, and create an environment which is chilling for investment? And would he agree with me that the economic madness of the green tail wagging the SNP dog is going to cause Scotland dearly? And what assurances can he give to the oil industry that the UK is a place for investment?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman makes a very valid point about the importance of oil and gas to the UK economy, and of course in particular to Scotland's economy. And I know that my colleagues on this side of the House would join him in saying that it is really important that we support the North Sea oil and gas industry to be a success into the future. And I do think the lack of support from the SNP is a serious disappointment and a serious concern. What I would obviously say is the government is committed to supporting the transition to net zero, but that must involve the word transition, and therefore that industry will be of importance for decades to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank what the Chief Secretary said in his support for the Western Gateway, but can I draw to his attention to improve regional growth the importance of skills? And on Thursday of this week, the Axel Construction Skills Accelerator Centre is opening in my constituency, which is a partnership supported by government money last year, which has already been turned by a fantastic private sector business into a centre which is opening this week, taking students next year, beginning of next year, which is going to drive construction skills to a high level throughout the southwest of England.
Minister.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question. Skills are at the heart of our wider work around levelling up. That's why there's £3.8 billion allocated across the course of this Parliament to make sure that we do indeed get the right skills for the right people in the right sectors so that we can grow the economy in the way that's needed. I warmly commend what's going on in my right honourable friend's constituency, because it's precisely that kind of work which will ensure that jobs and growth are really levelling up opportunity across the country.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker. Anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our fiscal policies support the government's ambition of creating a fairer and more equal society, and women are among those who will benefit the most. For example, women are expected to benefit disproportionately from the government's increase to the national living wage to £9.50 for workers aged 23 and above, as well as the rise in the national minimum wage for young people and apprentices.
And above.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Glad to find someone to answer. 6,500 women are WASPy women in my Livingston constituency, and they are furious. And when I met them recently with a coordinator, Carla O'Hara, there was anger, there was anxiety, and there were many, many tears. So can the Minister tell me that the fresh eyes and new vigour that was promised by the Prime Minister back in July 2019, and can he tell the WASPy women from his constituency and from constituencies across this chamber, is that still on the table, or is it yet again another broken promise?
Minister.
The government has always considered this issue very carefully, and this, of course, goes back over the course of the last decade. It is vital for the purposes of intergenerational fairness and the wider sustainability of our pension settlement into the future that it is reflective of longer life expectancy. That, I'm afraid, is the underpinning principle of the government's work. We stand resolutely behind it.
Ellen Hayes.
Question number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government recognises that inflation is rising and is closely monitoring the situation. The Bank of England is responsible for keeping inflation at its 2% target. We are working with international partners to tackle global supply chain disruption, as my colleagues have mentioned earlier, and taking targeted action worth more than £10 billion over the next 5 years to help people with the cost of living.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As food and energy bills are skyrocketing this winter, far too many of my constituents face the appalling choice between heating their homes and putting food on the table. Can the Minister therefore confirm how much more my constituents on average earnings will be paying in income tax and national insurance from next April as a result of the Government's decision to freeze the income tax personal allowance and increase national insurance contributions? How much?
Minister.
Well, what I recognise is that the Government recognises very much the challenge that people are facing, and that's why we've introduced a range of interventions: the Warm Homes Discount, the Household Support Fund, giving £500 million to local authorities to distribute, as well as changes to the taper rate and an increase in the national living wage. That range of interventions will help with the cost of living challenges and will help many of her constituents.
Steve Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the case that the dreadful seeds sown by years of ultra-cheap credit and quantitative easing are now bearing their awful fruit through inflation, the ultimate stealth tax?
Minister.
Well, I wouldn't agree with his characterisation of the causal relationship, but I would recognise that the Bank of England continues to be responsible for monetary policy. I know he's always held distinct views representing a particular school of economists, and I'll continue to listen very carefully to what he has to say to this House.
We now come to Shadow Minister. Welcome to the front bench. Tulip City.
There is a cost of living crisis, temperatures are falling, and ministers are ignoring average households who are struggling to pay household enormous bills. We know that household energy bills have increased by over £230 since last winter and are set to increase even more early next year. We have seen higher tax receipts from energy bills recently. So could I ask the Minister, will he back Labour's policy of using this money to cut VAT to zero for people's energy bills over the next 6 months?
Minister.
I welcome the Honourable Lady to the front bench, and I would draw attention to the answer I just gave concerning the number of interventions that the Government has made with respect to the Warm Homes Discount, the additional support through local authorities. And it is the case that households in the lowest income decile will receive more than £4 in public spending for every £1 they pay in tax on average. The Government is acutely sensitised to the challenges that we face in this winter.
Kelly Tolhurst.
Number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Joint Money Laundering Steering Group guidance helps firms meet their obligations under the money laundering regulations. Banks should take measures to assess risk presented by pooled client accounts to ensure these accounts are not abused for criminal purposes.
Mr. Speaker, yacht brokers have been using pooled clients' accounts for years to protect large sums of their clients' money without issue. Changes to the guidance has now meant that banks are now closing some of these accounts, putting some of these professional, long-established businesses at risk. Will my honourable friend meet with me, UK Finance and the Association of Brokers and Yacht Agents to find a solution quickly? This sector is an important economy for some of our coastal communities, particularly like my constituency.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She knows a lot about this matter and about this industry. I take her concerns very seriously. Whilst the Government will never insist on individual lending decisions and behaviours of banks, we will engage very closely. I will meet with her. I'll meet with the Association of Brokers and Yacht Agents. I will write to UK Finance to ensure that the guidance that is posted is actually being used effectively in the circumstances that she's raised.
Shadow Minister James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Pandora Papers show how overseas shell companies secretly buy up luxury property in the UK. In 2018, the government published draft legislation for a new register of such entities to crack down on the use of UK property for money laundering. This is a matter of law and order. Ministers promised to deliver that register in 2021, yet for some reason, since the current Prime Minister took office, that commitment seems to have been abandoned. Will the Minister now, 4 years since the UK anti-corruption strategy was published, finally admit that the promise of delivering a register in 2021 has been broken, and will he give us a firm date by when the register will be in place?
Minister.
Well, I draw the honourable gentleman's attention to the Financial Action Task Force report in December 2018 that gave the UK the best ever evaluation in terms of anti-money laundering. There are 2 or 3 areas where we have taken action. Keeps asking where's the register. I will answer the question in a moment. What the government have done is put an additional £63 million in this last budget to deal with company house reform, one of the areas. We have been the world's leader in terms of leading common reporting standards, and we were the first country 5 years ago to raise the standard in terms of transparency, and we will implement that register when legislative time becomes available.
Come to topicals, Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much. Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Mr. Speaker, a month ago I set out our plan for a stronger economy, protecting and supporting jobs, driving up economic growth and cutting the universal credit taper rate, giving the lowest paid in our society a tax cut worth £2.2 billion.
In the 2019 Queen's speech, the rationale for reform was set out as ensuring our tax system is supporting Scotch whisky and gin producers and protecting 42,000 jobs, including many in my constituency of Edinburgh West. So how then would the Chancellor square that with the actual proposals which will tax domestic producers more than imported cava, Prosecco and champagne, and do not take into account how people consume spirits with mixers, the sugar content, the calorific content, or his own government's health policies, and actually increase the competitive disadvantage of an important domestic sector compared to an international one?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our reforms to the alcohol duty system usher in a system that is simpler, fairer and better for public health. And I'm not entirely sure the Honourable Lady has got the details right of this. In fact, for Scotch whisky, it is an improvement because we have levelled the playing field for higher strength drinks, which is something that the Association had been calling for. And with regard to the differential between domestic and foreign producers, actually, when it comes to sparkling wine, because English sparkling wine is produced to a lower alcohol content naturally than foreign sparkling wine, it will actually for the first time enjoy a tax advantage under the new system. But lastly, and perhaps most relevant immediately, we also froze all alcohol duties, Mr. Speaker. That's a £500 million tax cut for British people this year.
Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to the Mother of the House, my right honourable and learned friend and member for Camberwell and Peckham. In the nearly 40 years that she has been in this place, she has done more for the rights and representation of women than more than anyone else, and I want to put on record my thanks to her. At the weekend, it was briefed that the government will set up a star chamber to crack down on waste, which frankly has been the hallmark of this government. Indeed, the government's own accounts show that the incompetent way in which the business support schemes were structured meant that the Chancellor has allowed fraudsters to walk away with £6.5 billion worth of taxpayers' money. That would be more than enough to cut the basic rate of income tax by a penny in the pound, worth £370 a year to basic rate taxpayers. So can the Chancellor explain why quick electronic checks, such as cross-referencing with HMRC tax data, were not conducted before money was handed out? And given this huge waste of taxpayers' money, can the Chancellor confirm that he will be the first witness in front of his own star chamber?
Chancellor.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just I know the Honourable Lady, I know normally would be on top of the numbers. She'll understand there's a difference between a one-off saving of £5 to £6 billion and an annual saving on a tax cut of £6 billion. Those two things are not like-for-like comparable. But what I would say is the number she's referring to, I'm happy to tell her, actually in the most recent analysis from the Bay's independent advisor, that estimate of fraud was reduced by a third because of the actions that the government had taken, which is welcome news. But of course we remain committed to tackling fraud, which is why in the spring budget we invested extra money, hundreds of millions of pounds, in HMRC, 1,200 new people to tackle fraud. They're expected to recover over £2 billion over the next 12 months, and with regard to bounce-back loans, 55,000 loans recovered worth up to £2 billion stop. We are absolutely committed to tackling fraud wherever we see it, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the Chancellor might be relaxed about handing out 6.5 or perhaps it's £4 billion to companies that didn't deserve it, but we on this side of the House are absolutely not. It is reported that a £4.7 million loan was given to a business founded just 2 days before it was handed the cash. It shouldn't be beyond the wit of government to get money to where it needs to go, to great British business, without allowing fraudsters to steal taxpayer funds. Leaving the till open and unattended for thieves to clear out would be a sackable offence for a shop worker, yet apparently it's acceptable for the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Staggeringly, only 1 in 40 cases where fraud has been reported are actually being pursued. So let me ask the Chancellor, when was he first alerted of this fraud, and how much does he think taxpayers will get back from the billions of pounds lost to fraudsters?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, the new Taxpayer Protection Task Force at HMRC is expected to recover between £1 and £2 billion in the next 12 months and has already made a good start on that. But I think it is fair, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on where we were in the spring of 2020. I remember being at this dispatch box every other day. I remember members on all sides of this House rightly holding the government to account for getting money to businesses in a matter of hours and days, not weeks. In fact, I heard from the Shadow Chancellor at the time, Mr. Speaker, we need a full guarantee for some loans. We are running out of time. How will we ensure the money gets to businesses who need them? Here's Ed Miliband, the Shadow Business Secretary. The government should urgently look at 100% underwriting criteria for loans and simplified lending criteria. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady herself wrote to me and said the process for SMEs to apply for such loans appears cumbersome. So, Mr. Speaker, I make no apology for making sure that we got...
To apologise now. We can't take so long on the first two questions from either front bench. Lucy Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Chancellor for his hugely successful plan for jobs? I recently visited an organisation in Telford called Teach a Trade, which successfully trains long-term unemployed and older people changing careers to get gas and electrical qualifications, which are in short supply in my constituency. What is his department doing to work with organisations like Telford's Teach a Trade to make these courses more accessible to more students? And could he please tell me what his department can do to help Telford's Teach a Trade so they can expand the excellent work that they're doing?
I'm sorry. Look, I'm going to appeal to members. If you all want to get in, you've got to help each other. If you're not going to help each other, don't be disappointed when you don't get in. It's not fair, and it's same for the front benches. Topicals are meant to be quick, short, speedy, in order to keep the business going. We're not being fair. Whoever's answering that, please do so briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, as we build a strong economy, we need to raise skills. That's why we announced in the spending review an increase of £3.8 billion in skills spending over this Parliament. The spending review included funding for a specific 50-plus training scheme to support those, like those who are being helped by Teach a Trade, so that they can retrain and stay and work. I'm very happy to speak to her further about how we can support Teach a Trade and others like that to do what they do.
SNP spokesperson Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this season of generosity and goodwill, will the Chancellor deliver a gift to the hard-pressed hospitality and tourism sector and amend the finance bill to extend the lower rate of VAT beyond March next year?
I'm glad that our VAT cuts extend all the way to spring, £7 billion tax cut, Mr. Speaker, and next year, as I've said, 50% discount on business rates.
Well done, Chancellor. Dr. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recently announced coalition deal between Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru contains a tourism tax something that is likely to do significant damage to Porthcawl, a seaside town in my Bridgend constituency. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that imposing a new tax on a sector already hit hard by Welsh Government restrictions is just further evidence that Labour nationalist coalitions are bad for business, bad for the economy and bad for our United Kingdom?
Yeah. Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point about the Welsh Government. This government is supporting hospitality businesses with lower rate of VAT till spring, worth £7 billion, and a business tax cut next year, which will far net consequentials for the Welsh Government, so hopefully they can do the same.
Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New research from the TUC shows that 647,000 workers in sectors such as hospitality, retail and entertainment don't qualify for statutory sick pay. And before the Chancellor points to the government's temporary support scheme, 64% of people who apply for it are told they don't qualify. The government's been quick to hand massive contracts to its friends, so why can't it improve statutory sick pay for workers so more people can afford to self-isolate and recover from illness when they need to?
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the crisis, we improved how statutory sick pay worked, we made it payable from day one, and we also changed some things in universal credit and indeed expanded the definition of it, and we also put in place self-isolation payments to help.
Daniel Cutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chair the caucus of 40 Conservative MPs who have the River Severn flowing through their constituencies, Britain's longest river. This river is causing increasing destruction and chaos for our communities with the increasing floods. Will he meet, with the River Severn Partnership, a consortium of councils up and down the River Severn to hear what the flooding minister heard during her visit to Shrewsbury earlier this year, that there will be a GVA uplift of up to £150 billion if we find a solution for managing Britain's longest river?
Minister.
Well, I think we recognise the important work of the River Severn Partnership. Between now and 2027, £170 million is going to be invested in flood and erosion risk management in the English Severn and Wye region. But I'd be very happy to meet with him and colleagues to talk further.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The decay of NHS dentistry, indeed the cavity of NHS dentists right across this country, is something that affects my constituents in Lancaster and Fleetwood, but I noted that the Chancellor's own website in the 7th of February 2018, he talked about the lack of NHS dentists in his constituency too. So now he is the Chancellor and holds the purse strings. How much longer do my constituents, and indeed his, have to wait to find an NHS dentist? And what financial support is he giving to ensure NHS dentists are available to all our constituents?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a really important point. What I would say is, of course, that we've delivered a record settlement for the Department of Health and Social Care at a recent spending review. That budget will rise to £177.4 billion in 2024-25. NHS dentistry is a top priority of that spend.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the £1,000 a year tax cut delivered through changes to the UC taper rate will begin to be seen in people's bank accounts this side of Christmas?
Minister.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has confirmed that 8 people facing the loan charge have now lost their lives to suicide. One of my own constituents recently told me they're a totally nervous wreck and have contemplated ending their own life on numerous occasions. In light of the heavy toll the loan charge is taking on the lives of those facing it, will the government commit to a fresh and independent review of the loan charge?
Minister.
Well, the honourable member will know that there has already been an independent review carried out by Lord Morse, and the government accepted all but one of those recommendations. The HMRC does have a helpline, but of course it's important to continue to ensure that we look after those who are most vulnerable.
Peter Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for all he is doing on levelling it up, and in particular the establishment of the Darlington Economic Campus. I wonder, can he update the House on how things are progressing and how many of his team are now enjoying life in Darlington?
Minister.
Well, we are seeing a growing number of staff from the Treasury working in Darlington, along with many ministers spending time there. I'm due to be there tomorrow, and I think my honourable friend, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, is also going to be there this week.
Colchana.
The Chancellor was evasive when interviewed by the media last week, but we need a clear answer on this very important point, because many people across the country made great personal sacrifice during the lockdown.
So will the Chancellor categorically deny in the House that he or any of his officials or SPADs attended any of the Downing Street Christmas parties on the 27th of November or the 18th of December last year?
Chancellor? Oh.
No, Mr. Speaker, I did not attend any parties.
David Evident.
So there were. Mr. Speaker, can I advise my right honourable friend that the government step in the budget last month to cut business rates by 50% for retail, hospitality and leisure companies, which means that 90% of all eligible businesses will see a cut of at least 50%, have been warmly welcomed across my borough of Bexley and will help many, many businesses not only to survive but to flourish.
Minister.
Very grateful for him mentioning that we have had business rates relief worth almost 1.7 billion next year for retail, hospitality and leisure, which is a part of a package of 7 billion over the next 5 years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I understand that an autumn spending review funding application for the Western Rail link to Heathrow had been made by the Department for Transport but was rejected by the Treasury. So, given that the government made a solemn pledge back in 2012 to build it, can the Chancellor please advise when will it finally be built, or is this going to be yet another broken Tory promise?
Minister.
Well, transport sits at the heart of the spending review, which has just concluded, and of course we've had the £96 billion integrated rail plan. Very happy to look at the specific scheme to which he refers, but obviously DfT ministers are engaged in a constant process of making sure that we deliver the projects that deliver best value for money and greatest transport bonuses across the country.
As the Chancellor confirmed that, contrary to industry suggestions, the government remains committed to legislating for access to cash as soon as possible.
Absolutely I can. We will legislate regardless of what the industry brings forward.
Bill Esterson.
Florence Roby Limited were turned down when they bid for government contracts for PPE last year, despite a 50-year track record of high-quality production. They weren't asking for special favours. All they wanted was a fair chance of winning government contracts. £3.5 billion was handed out to friends and donors of the Conservative Party through a VIP lane, in stark contrast to the experience of Florence Roby Limited. So when will good people like my constituents get access not to a VIP lane but to a level playing field?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we worked at speed to secure the PPE needed to protect our frontline workers, and we supplied over 58,000 different healthcare settings. We now have a 4-month stockpile of all critical PPE to make sure our NHS can continue to be protected. All of these bids are assessed in line with standard guidance, and to make sure there is total equity in that process. Any suggestion to the contrary is fundamentally misleading.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Harrogate has been the trial and development location for universal credit, and I've seen how it helps people make work pay. So will my right friend the Chancellor agree that rolling it out further with the migration of people currently on legacy benefits will help even more people make work pay?
Chancellor. And is absolutely right. This government is committed to making sure that work always pays, and that's why universal credit is such an improvement on the previous system, an improvement that the opposition didn't support at all.
Steve Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will be aware that Viktor Fedotov, the secret co-owner of Aquind, has been implicated in a £72 million fraud scheme linked to Putin's Russia. Can the Minister say what due diligence has been done on the project company and its owners, and if he and ministerial colleagues will protect our national infrastructure from these alleged fraudsters, stopping the disastrous project once and for all?
Minister.
The government remains absolutely committed to protecting this country against illicit finance. It has been a leader in the global community in terms of making this place the safest place to do business, and we will continue in that vein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A key way to support economic growth is helping to level up our forgotten high streets like Eston Square, where the old precinct building is blocking key investment and new businesses moving in. When he's next up in Teesside, will he come with me to Eston and meet with leaders at Redcar and Cleveland Council to see what can be done to level up Eston Square?
A quick guess.
Yeah, I'd be very happy to, fresh from my visit to Yarm High Street last week to see levelling up in action, and back up in the North East this week as well, Mr. Speaker.
Gareth Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor of the Exchequer will be aware of the considerable public unease about the proposed demutualisation of Liverpool Victoria. Can I therefore ask him to consider sympathetically the cross-party letter he has received from over 100 parliamentarians calling for a review into the law governing mutuals?
Minister.
As the honourable gentleman knows, and we've had considerable engagement on this subject, this is a matter for the FCA, and we've discussed it previously. Obviously, the issue will now go to the members to vote on the proposal, but in terms of the broader issue of how the sector is treated, I remain willing to engage with him on further changes and reforms that may help it in future.
Martin Vickers, final question.
Speaker, the ministers will know of the importance of the Humber ports to the regional and national economy. Access to Immingham and Grimsby ports is in part through the A180, which has an old concrete surface which is crumbling and in need of urgent repair. This afternoon I'm meeting Highways Agency to discuss this. Could I tell them that the Chancellor will fund the improvements?
Yeah, well done. Minister.
I commend my honourable friend for his inventiveness. What I would say is obviously our ports are at the heart of our prosperity. I'm delighted the Humber Freeport is imminently going live alongside the Tees and the Thames Freeports. I wish him the best of luck in making his case for that investment.
We now come to the urgent question. I'll just let people go for a second. For those who are not staying, you're all right. Well done.
Yes.
Thank you. No problem, John. Look after it. Lovely to see him. Yeah. All right. Look after yourself. Well done. Good to see you, friend. Yeah. Right. We now start with the urgent questions. I call Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
I don't. We can't just walk past everybody when I'm starting something. You either walk round. Please, you shouldn't obscure the person who's about to speak. Let's try again. Bob Seeley.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Government for an update, an urgent question on the Ukraine-Russia situation.
On the Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, for the close interest that he pays in foreign affairs. We are deeply concerned by Russia's pattern of military build-ups in and around Ukraine and are closely monitoring the situation. The UK is very clear. Any military incursion by Russia into Ukraine would be a strategic mistake. The Russian government should expect significant strategic consequences. The costs of an incursion would be catastrophically high. At the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting in Riga last week and at the OSCE Ministerial Council, the Foreign Secretary, alongside our allies, made crystal clear our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Foreign Secretary repeated this support bilaterally to both her Ukrainian counterpart last Wednesday, the 1st of December, and to her Russian counterpart on Thursday, the 2nd of December. The Prime Minister has also spoken to President Zelensky on a number of occasions to reiterate the UK's support, and he raised the issue of Russia's aggression towards Ukraine directly with President Putin when they spoke ahead of COP26. Our vocal support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is backed by our actions. The Foreign Secretary will be hosting Foreign Minister Kuleba in London tomorrow for the first UK-Ukraine strategic dialogue. Diplomatically, we operate at the heart of the international community's efforts. Honourable members will be aware that President Biden is meeting President Putin later today. Yesterday, our Prime Minister met with President Biden and the leaders of France, Germany, Italy to ensure a joint message will be given to President Putin. We have also helped to frame the international sanctions against Russia, deepened NATO's partnership with the UK, led efforts in the UN and OSCE to hold Russia to account, and militarily we're providing defensive military support primarily through Operation Orbital, the UK's training mission to Ukraine. Since it launched in 2015, we've trained over 20,000 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. The UK is one of the largest contributors to the OSCE's special monitoring mission to Ukraine. This is playing a critical role in providing impartial reporting on the situation on the ground in eastern Ukraine. Earlier this year, we have reaffirmed our commitment to it in the integrated review. Last year alone, we allocated £40 million in official development assistance and other funding in support of programmes that support prosperity, resilience and stability in Ukraine. We've also deepened our bilateral ties with Ukraine, in particular through our political free trade and strategic partnership agreement. But to conclude, Mr. Speaker, the UK is unwavering in our support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognised borders, including its territorial waters. Russia should uphold the OSCE principles and commitments that it freely signed up to and which it's violating through its ongoing aggression against Ukraine.
Can we try and stick to the time that's allocated in future, please? Minister, are you listening?
Yes,
So, I am asking. Yeah. OK, Bob's here then.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, we may be weeks away from a major war in Eastern Europe. Firstly, will the government confirm that the 1994 Budapest Memorandum commits the UK and others to respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, and what does the government believe those treaty obligations amount to? Secondly, does the Minister agree that the tools to prevent war are few, but one is an insistence that Nord Stream 2 does not go ahead, and an insistence that gas continues to flow through Ukraine and indeed Poland? Does it also understand that cutting the potential to cut Russia, Iran style, out of the SWIFT international payment system may amount to a devastating economic blow? Next, is the UK prepared for Russian actions in cyber, in espionage aimed at the UK in the case of war? And finally, Mr. Speaker, regardless of whether Russia invades this month or this year, does the government accept the assessment that Putin will probably try to achieve three things in his last decade in power? Firstly, dismember Ukraine, whose borders he said this summer he no longer respects. Second, shatter the unity of NATO. And thirdly, cement Russian identity as a state opposed, hostile, viscerally hostile to the West, rather than allied with itself. And what can the government do in the long term to mitigate against these dangerous outcomes? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a lot of different questions in his question. Regarding Nord Stream, the UK position on Nord Stream 2 has not changed. We have repeatedly aired our concerns about the construction of Nord Stream 2 and its implications for undermining European security by allowing Russia to tighten its grips on those nations which rely on its gas. Nord Stream 2 would divert supplies away from Ukraine, and the transit of Russian gas through Ukraine is regarded as a deterrent against further Russian aggression, so it's a vital part of Ukraine's national security. Regarding sanctions, we've already put in place a number of sanctions against those responsible for the illegal annexation of Crimea. We are coordinating with international partners, but as my honourable friend knows, we never speculate about future sanctions because to do so would undermine their effectiveness. Let us be very clear. We stand by Ukraine, and we are considering an extension of purely defensive support to Ukraine to help Ukraine defend itself. Putin needs to de-escalate now and return to diplomatic channels.
Now come to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, David Lammy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the comments from the Secretaries, from the Minister. It's important at moments such as these that we can send a united message from all sides of this House that the UK is resolute in our support for the sovereignty, the independence and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. The Ukrainians want a democratic future. They want to choose their own path and their own political destiny. It's essential that alongside our NATO allies, we make crystal clear to the Russian government that any attempt to further undermine Ukraine's integrity will be met with a strong, consistent and resolute response. We welcome the diplomatic steps that have been taken already and recognise the importance of the forthcoming dialogue between President Biden and President Putin. But with this in mind, can I ask the Minister what reassurance we are providing to NATO allies in Eastern Europe? Does the Minister believe that this is part of a wider pattern of dangerous behaviour by Russia, with tensions raised in Ukraine, Belarus and Bosnia? Will the Minister engage with the incoming German government to discuss the cancellation of Nord Stream 2 to ensure Russia is not able to increase Europe's energy dependency or weaken our unity? As well as working with our allies, we must ensure we are doing all that we can at home to challenge the Russian government's behaviour. We know too that the UK continues to be a soft touch for corrupt elites and dirty money that help sustain the Putin regime. More than 18 months after the Russia report was published, none of its recommendations have been fully implemented. So can I ask her finally, will she commit to taking those steps?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman opposite for demonstrating a united front by this country towards supporting the people of Ukraine. We are absolutely united in making sure that we stand by Ukraine at this time. And to demonstrate Ukraine's resilience, we need a coordinated, increased approach, not just defensively, but also economically and especially on the energy front, support for Ukraine. And this is precisely why we are working with our NATO partners and other leading allies, and precisely why the Prime Minister was speaking not only to President Biden, but also to the leaders of France, Germany and Italy yesterday. Regarding Nord Stream, as I have already said, we have repeatedly aired our concerns about the construction of Nord Stream 2 and its implications for European security, and we will continue to do so. Regarding sanctions, as the honourable member knows, we've already put in place a number of sanctions, and we always stand ready to put in place sanctions against those responsible for human rights and other abuses. We've put in place sanctions against those who took part in, who led the illegal annexation of Crimea, and we will continue to work with international partners on that front. Thank you.
Mark Pritchard.
Recently visited Ukraine as part of the Crimea Forum with Foreign Office ministers as set out in the Register. Is it not the case that this is a very early foreign policy challenge, but also opportunity for the new German government to set out what its future policy is going to be with regard to Russian aggression? And is it also not the case that she agree, as she mentioned in a statement, that it is through unity that we send a message to Russia? The United States, the United Kingdom, and the whole of the European Union, in particular France and Germany, need to send a united, robust, clear, and unequivocal message to Putin that any aggression will be met with severe penalties.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely right. Any Russian incursion into Ukraine would be a strategic mistake, and the cost of such incursion would be catastrophically high. This does need to be a coordinated effort between partners to maximise its impact. I have no doubt that the incoming German government will have a key role to play, but that is precisely why our Prime Minister was speaking with the leaders, as I've said, of France, Germany, Italy and the US yesterday to make sure that the message that is being given by President Biden to President Putin today is a coordinated message. In the integrated review, we were very clear that Russian actions pose an acute and direct threat to the national security of the UK and its allies. We have shown that we take this threat seriously, and the current relationship with Russia is not the one that we want, but we will continue to respond to and call out Russian aggression wherever it occurs.
MP spokesperson Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I won't have been alone in being chilled at the Financial Times article today, written by Vladimir Putin, which ends with, "For we are one people," talking about Ukraine and Russia. Well, that's not what international law says. And this is a pattern of behaviour from the Russian state, where we've seen in Latvia on cyber attacks on the Polish border using migrants to foment a crisis, in Bosnia as well, and also the continued illegal annexation of Ukraine and parts of eastern Ukraine. There must be consequences to further action, and the SNP will be part of that coalition, and I'm glad to hear the international coordination going on. So, 2 concrete proposals and a plea. We've heard already, but we've not had an answer, that the SWIFT payment system and Nord Stream 2 must be on the table. Magnitsky sanctions will do so much, but we're dealing with people who don't greatly care. There must be an elevation of the sanctions available. We also, and I've just pledged SNP support for the UK government's action, so I'm not trying to make a political point. We are 2 years out from the publication of the Intelligence and Security Committee's report on the Russia report. There is credible evidence of dirty Russian money washing around the UK's democracy, and the Conservative Party in particular. There are members of the House of Lords who I don't believe should be there, and there must be consequences at home as well as abroad. When will we see serious action on the Russia report recommendations actually being implemented? Because vigilance must also start at home as well as abroad. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the honourable member for his support for the UK government. He raises a number of different issues here. On the issue of disinformation, we have seen time and time again from Russians transparent attempts at disinformation and to try and provide a pretext for reckless and illegal military action. On the issue of tackling illicit finance and dirty money, we in this government continue to step up our activity both domestically and internationally to tackle illicit finance entering our country, and we have cracked down on illicit finance through the groundbreaking legislation which we introduced in 2017 through the Criminal Finances Act, and we've published our economic crime plan in 2019, but we are going further in tackling dirty money. The National Crime Agency has increased the number of investigations into corrupt elites. Let me be very clear, serious criminals, corrupt elites and individuals who seek to threaten the security of the UK and allies are not welcome here. I'm afraid I cannot comment on the SWIFT payment system, as I understand it's also a US issue.
John Whittingdale.
Does my honourable friend agree that the UK does have a special responsibility as a signatory of the Budapest Memorandum, which guaranteed the territorial integrity of Ukraine, as indeed was Russia a signatory? Will the government look to increase the support we give, not just to the Ukrainian forces in the Donbass region, but also those which are defending the Ukrainian ports on the Black Sea from any possible incursions from Russian-occupied Crimea?
Mr. Speaker, Russia is very clearly in breach of its commitments that it signed up to under the Budapest Memorandum through its failure to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and through its use of force against Ukraine. We can remain willing to engage in consultations as are provided for under that memorandum, as we did back in March 2014 in Paris after Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. But Russia is refusing to engage despite the fact that the memorandum obliges them to do so in circumstances where the memorandum is questioned. So we will stand by the people of Ukraine. We are considering extending the support that we're giving to Ukraine to help Ukraine defend itself. But I need it to be really, really clear. There's nothing in that support which could be construed as offensive or as a threat towards Russia. NATO is a purely defensive organisation and itself poses no threat to Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the difficulty is that Russia, under Putin, has behaved with extraordinary consistency. If you look at what they did in Georgia, their activities in Greece, in North Macedonia, in Republika Srpska, in so many different places, they have played a deliberate act of semi-war, trying to engineer difficulties in each of those democracies. Don't we need to match that consistency with internal consistency of our own, tackling the dirty money in British public, making sure that the whole of our democratic system and political system is safe from assault by the Russians?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear, and it is very clear in the integrated review, that Russia's actions do pose an acute and direct threat to the national security not only of the UK, but also its allies. We do maintain functional channels of engagement to the Russian government to make sure that we can make points to them on these issues. And as fellow permanent members of the UN Security Councils, we do engage with them, but that doesn't mean that we don't call them out. The Foreign Secretary met the Foreign Minister Lavrov last Thursday, the 2nd of December, and she absolutely restated the UK's support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and she urged the Russians to de-escalate the situation. The ministers also discussed Belarus, Iran and Afghanistan.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine, Bosnia, Ethiopia, the Solomon Islands, the time for a cross-government atrocity prevention strategy is now. Will the Minister please advise whether we have seen any build-up of Russian troops around Mariupol to block off the Black Sea? And will she also confirm that if Republika Srpska and Russia try to use hostilities in Ukraine to hide aggression in Bosnia, that we will stand firm behind our friends in Ukraine and Bosnia?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are monitoring the situation very closely and are deeply concerned by the pattern of Russian military build-ups on the border of Ukraine and the illegally annexed Crimea. We are absolutely calling on the Russian government to uphold the OSCE principles and commitments. They signed up to them. They should uphold them. They are violating them through their aggression towards Ukraine. We stand by both the people of Ukraine and the people of Bosnia-Herzegovina, as I made very clear from this dispatch box just last week.
Sir Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has made it clear, and I think it's the same words that President Biden has used, that there will be catastrophic consequences were there to be any Russian invasion of Ukraine. But one of the things that we do know, Mr. Speaker, is that we already have Russian activated troops in the Donbass region. They may not wear Russian uniforms, but they come under Russian control. If we see a hybrid attack on the Ukraine, will there be catastrophic consequences there? Because that actually is the really important issue.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Russians should stop supporting those who are trying to destabilise Ukraine in the Donbass region.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, that the Budapest Memorandum means that we have a special obligation towards Ukraine. Could she give us an update about the Membership Action Plan, which is the prelude to NATO membership? When Poland joined in 1999, we were told it was a step too far. When Romania joined NATO in 2004, we were told it was a step too far. Is it not now the time to start a debate on whether or not we can give our Ukrainian allies membership of this very important defence pact?
Minister.
Speaker, we stand firm in our support for Ukraine's membership aspirations of NATO, in line with the 2008 Bucharest Summit Declaration, where NATO allies agreed that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance, and allies have reiterated this commitment at every summit since.
Kirsten Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The White House statement released yesterday after President Biden's call with his European counterparts didn't mention sanctions, and although I appreciate that they're not a magic bullet, significant sanctions might serve as an effective deterrent. So I wonder if the Minister is able to confirm that the Prime Minister pushed for significant and coordinated sanctions on yesterday's national security call, and can she also confirm that any such sanctions will target Putin's inner circle, limiting their ability to travel and potentially cutting off access to US, UK and EU banking and credit card systems?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we never speculate on future sanctions designations, as to do so could undermine their effectiveness if they come in place, but we are closely monitoring the situation. We have taken action against Russia for its illegal annexation of Crimea. We did this in coordination with our international partners. We worked closely with the EU, the US, Australia and Canada to impose costs on those facilitating Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol through sanctions, and we will continue to work closely with international partners to ensure that those sanctions remain in place as long as Russia's illegitimate control of the peninsula continues.
Jedrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Putin is clearly testing us. If there's a strong enough reaction, he may back off this time. But the softer our response, the more likely he is to go. And that makes this an important test of our ability to engage in collective action. We need to reach and to make public a consensus on specific sanctions that would apply in the event of Russian action. At the moment, I hear from the Minister and the other world leaders stern words, but not specific sanctions that will apply in the event of Russian aggression.
Minister.
Let me be very, very clear. The Russian government's intent is to destabilise Ukraine. Beyond that, we cannot speculate, but we are monitoring the situation closely and are deeply concerned. It's absolutely critical that we avoid miscalculations, but we do call on the Russian government to abide by its international commitments, the commitments that it signed up to. Any military incursion would be a strategic mistake by Russia. The Russian government should expect massive strategic consequences, including severe economic sanctions.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Experience shows that President Putin only respects strength of purpose and resolve. Many members have raised the question of the SWIFT system, and I'm not asking the Minister whether that is a sanction that the government is proposing to take. I want to ask how that decision would be reached, because when Iran was excluded from the SWIFT system in 2012, it required an EU regulation to make SWIFT do that, because SWIFT is incorporated under Belgian law. Would such a regulation be required this time if the UK and other governments decided to proceed with excluding Russia from the SWIFT payment system?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot comment on hypotheticals, but let me just say it again. I'm going to say it again. Any military excursion would be a terrible miscalculation, and the Russian government should expect massive strategic consequences, including severe economic sanctions.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
May I congratulate my honourable friend from the Isle of Wight for being granted this question, and can I also express my disappointment that it has to be an urgent question and the government hasn't already volunteered a statement on this question, because there was a NATO foreign ministers meeting last week. We have a crisis in the Balkans. We have Russia spiking our gas supplies. We have Russia creating the migration crisis in Belarus. We have Russia on aggressive military manoeuvres around Europe with their massively renewed military hardware. When is the government going to take on board the fact we are in a hybrid war against Russia now, and there needs to be a comprehensive and united Western response, while at the moment NATO is weak and divided?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very, very clear about the threat that Russia poses not only to our own security, but to that of our allies as well. This is precisely why the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister have been working so closely with our friends and allies. Our priority as our foreign policy is to build that network of liberty with our friends and allies, working on defence of not only our country but that of our allies. We absolutely stand by those on the Russian borders, including those facing the situation in Belarus, the countries in the Baltics and Poland that I discussed only last week, as well as our friends in Ukraine.
Samuel Wilson.
Does the Minister accept
that given the energy strategy which stems from the climate policies followed by the EU and the UK have made us so dependent on Russian oil and gas that President Putin really does not believe that we can implement any effective sanctions given his ability to use energy blackmail against the West?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have continually voiced our concerns about the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and will continue to do so. It has serious implications for undermining European security, particularly through undermining their energy security as a tool to destabilise. And it allows Russia to tighten its grips on those nations that rely on Russian gas. We will continue to air and voice our serious concerns about this reliance on Russian gas.
Sir Edward Lee.
If Ukraine had been a member of NATO, there would now be a grisly roll call of British Army dead. Economic sanctions, yes, but will the Minister confirm that the frozen steppes of eastern Ukraine, with all its historical complexities, are not worth the life of a single British soldier? Like it or not, Russians know that Crimea for 300 years was part of Russia. It is in almost entirely Russian-speaking, as is eastern Ukraine. So just be aware of Russian opinion. You may not agree with it, but let's not be dragged into any military confrontation.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is vital that we stand by countries who share our vision of being free, democratically run countries. That is why we are unwavering in our support of Ukraine's sovereignty, in our support of their territorial integrity, and that is why we are working with NATO partners, and that is why we are considering an extension of purely defensive support to Ukraine to help Ukraine to defend itself. Because defending itself against any Russian incursion will be absolutely vital. But let me remind what I've said again and again. Making an incursion by Russia into Ukraine would be a massive strategic mistake.
Andrew Gwent.
Thank you. This is an extremely concerning situation, both in Ukraine and across other parts of our continent. Can I urge the Minister to do all she can and all the British government can do to ensure that NATO speaks with one voice? Russia feeds off mixed messages, and whilst we have a very strong voice coming out of the United States, the NATO Secretary-General Stoltenberg is saying that NATO has no obligation to defend Ukraine. Those are the mixed messages that don't help. What more can Her Majesty's government do to ensure that the alliance speaks with one voice?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is right. It is vital that we speak with one voice, which is why our Prime Minister was speaking with the leaders of the US, Germany, France and Italy yesterday. The message is clear. Any incursion by Russia into Ukraine would be a strategic mistake. The costs of such an incursion would be catastrophically high and result in massive strategic consequences, including economic sanctions.
Olin Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has said several times during this session that any incursion into Ukraine will be catastrophic for Russia and it will be a big strategic mistake. Could she confirm that all diplomatic channels are being used, as well as economic sanctions that may come in, and that we are doing our very best to make sure that Ukraine is safe as a sovereign country?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK is at the forefront of the international community's efforts. The issue is that Russia needs to de-escalate now and return to diplomatic channels.
As well as being concerned about the situation in Ukraine, I know the Minister is also concerned about the situation in Bosnia-Herzegovina and the involvement of Russia in Belarus. Does she think, however, that there is a need not just for the Prime Minister to speak to individual governments, but to speak collectively to NATO and collectively to the European Union to make sure that we have a truly united front.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, all of those issues are issues that we were raising in NATO last week to make sure that there is a consistent approach, not only on the situation in Ukraine, but also Bosnia-Herzegovina and also in Belarus. Thank you.
Under the Budapest Memorandum include the forward deployment of NATO troops to defensive positions in theatre if invited by the Ukraine government.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we signed the Budapest Memorandum, the Russians signed the Budapest Memorandum. Russia is very clearly in breach of its commitments under that memorandum.
Where'd I go last?
This way.
Right, let's go to Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Foreign policy begins at home. Our ability to project influence around the world depends on the credibility and integrity and transparency of our government and our economy here at home. And yet London is awash with dirty Russian money, and this government has failed for almost 2 years now to implement the recommendations of the Russia report. Can the Minister please explain why the government is dragging its feet on this, because it connects directly to our ability to achieve our objectives as she has set out on Ukraine and beyond?
Minister. Speaker, I absolutely refute the suggestion that we are dragging our feet. We already have a number of sanctions in place. We work with our international partners. That is why we are a leading voice, for example, at NATO last week. We will continue to work with our international partners, but I will not comment about specific future sanctions, because to do so will make them ineffective. However, I've made it very clear that any incursion into Ukraine by Russia would be a massive mistake, would lead to severe consequences, including severe economic sanctions.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Can I welcome the tone of my honourable friend, and particularly welcome the training of the 21,000 members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces by our armed forces as an important game changer over the last 5 years. But in return for our very strong support, will my honourable friend continue to remind the Ukrainian authorities they need to address the issues of corruption and human rights in their own country so we can be properly proud of giving them full support?
I think that would be impossible.
Mr. Speaker, the UK stands up for human rights and against corruption all across the world.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my friend from Leeds Central that Putin has consistently responded to strength and taken advantage of weakness. And whilst the Minister continually tells us that she's being very clear today, the extent of any British boots on the ground in defence of the Ukrainians is unclear, as is the sanctions that she will propose. So can she be a little more clear in terms of what she's saying about the defensive posture that we may be asking members of the British Armed Forces to take in Ukraine in support of the country that we all wish to express our support of?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK and our allies are providing a range of support to Ukraine, including work which is enhancing Ukraine's defence capability. It is really important that we continue to reiterate that this support is fundamentally defensive in nature, and neither NATO nor Ukraine pose any aggressive threat to Russia.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we see the build-up of troops on the Ukraine-Russian border, I'd be keen to know if the grey zone sub-threshold attacks, such as cyber, disinformation, are also increasing at the same pace, and what has the government got in place to deal with these to ensure that we control the threat?
Minister.
I'm not going to comment on intelligence matters from the dispatch box.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Russia's actions are deliberate. They're not accidental, and they're against a clear strategy and sequence. The threat to Ukraine's sovereignty is clear, but so is the threat to our NATO allies in the Baltic states. Can the Minister set out very clearly that the Article 5 protection of our NATO allies in the Baltic states stands firm and it will be unquestionable, and that Britain will not renege on our enhanced forward presence protecting the Baltic states from any Russian aggression there?
Minister.
UK stands by our NATO allies in the Baltic states.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary has tweeted, "Allies stand with Ukraine and defend the frontiers of freedom and democracy." Can the Minister confirm that we will use every tool to ensure our NATO allies will stand just as steadfast in ensuring that Ukraine is protected, including, as is suggested, that Putin is going to deploy 175 Russian troops into the area?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. We are standing with our NATO allies, and it's a very clear message from our allies. Any incursion by Russia into Ukraine would be a massive strategic mistake.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently returned from the Lithuanian-Belarus border to see firsthand the malign behaviour of Russia on Europe's borders. So we understand this is clearly a very grave situation, and I'm not certain that was reflected in the Foreign Secretary's photo opportunity with the tank in Estonia. So if it is taken very seriously, can we get a grip on the Putin wallets running amok in London with free rein to do whatever they like? That's where we'll get some attention into this situation.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Foreign Secretary flies the flag for freedom and stands by our troops.
Jason McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to represent a vibrant Ukrainian community in my Colne Valley and neighbouring Huddersfield constituency, and I'll be celebrating Ukrainian Christmas with that community in January, as I do every year. They will be watching very closely what we're saying here today. Will the Minister once again reaffirm that we are going to work with our NATO allies to send out an unequivocal message that we steadfastly support the sovereignty of Ukraine?
Mr. Speaker, we stand with our NATO allies in steadfastly supporting the sovereignty of Ukraine, and may I take this opportunity to wish them a very happy Christmas. Lucky you getting 2 Christmases.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ukraine and NATO are concerned that Russia will seize the Suwalki corridor by pushing migrants into the area and stoking unrest. This would allow Russian forces to join with Belarus. What assessment has been made by the government and allies of the likelihood of this scenario, and what humanitarian support would be provided to migrants caught in the fold?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that there is Russian action both in Ukraine but in other countries as well, that is intending to destabilise Europe and NATO and our allies. And we are absolutely clear in our integrated review that Russian actions pose an acute and direct threat to national security. As I said from this dispatch box last week, we are providing humanitarian aid to those caught up in the middle of this crisis.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the Minister's strong statement of support for Ukraine today. Can she confirm that the firm deterrence and clear warnings that she is making in this chamber about President Putin's behaviour towards Ukraine are also being delivered directly to the Kremlin in a manner that cannot be misunderstood?
Mr. Speaker, it is very important that we speak with our allies with one voice. That is why the Prime Minister spoke to President Biden and the leaders of France, Germany and Italy yesterday, and we are all giving that same clear message on the call that will happen between Biden and President Putin this afternoon. Any military incursion by Russia into Ukraine would be a massive and strategic mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The focus on physical incursions into Ukraine by Russia shows that we've still got a lot to learn about their way of operating. So could I ask the Minister to confirm that when we talk about looking at defensive options that we might be able to provide to Ukraine to help them deter that threat, that we're also looking at cyber security and information, because that is where the Russians are operating right now?
Mr. Speaker, it's very helpful to have the Minister for the Armed Forces sitting right beside me. He can be very clear that we are considering responses in all domains.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of our response to this situation and a potential disinformation campaign, would my honourable friend support a strengthening of our £23 million counter-disinformation and development aid package to Ukraine, which can help Ukrainians discern from Russian fiction on social media? Thank you.
Minister.
Speaker, I'm obviously not going to be able to comment on particular projects from the dispatch box today, but as I have said already, we stand by the people of Ukraine. We are already providing a range of support to Ukraine to help them enhance their defence capability, and we will continue to assess that situation alongside our NATO allies.
We now come to the statement where I call Minister Victoria Atkins. Minister.
He's going to be reading about you over his breakfast tomorrow morning. Well done.
Mr. Speaker, today the Government has published our Prisons Strategy White Paper to build the places, support our staff and transform the prison regime to cut crime. Prisons play a vital role in protecting the public by keeping the most prolific and dangerous offenders in custody and rehabilitating those who deserve a second chance. As the House knows, the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill will lengthen sentences for serious, violent and sexual offenders to keep them in prison and away from the public for as long as possible. We are therefore determined to build modern prisons to protect the public. We secured almost £4 billion in the spending review to carry out the largest prison building programme this country has seen in more than a century, creating 20,000 additional prison places by the mid-2020s. But buildings are only one part of our plan, because of course most offenders will be released back into the community. So to protect the public, we also need to strengthen the prison regime, to reform and rehabilitate offenders throughout their sentence. That is the most effective way to reduce reoffending and cut crime overall. The White Paper sets out a 7-point plan to deliver this. First, we will support prisons in taking a zero-tolerance approach to the drugs, weapons and mobile phones that disrupt and destabilise prisons, allowing organised crime gangs to run their empires beyond the prison wall. We will make greater use of our recently installed X-ray body scanners, which are now operating across the closed male estate. This prevents drugs, weapons and phones from getting into our prisons and creates safer conditions for our prison staff and for offenders to focus on reform and rehabilitation. Second, prisoners will be assessed on arrival for any drug or alcohol addictions, so that prison officers and health teams can support offenders to map out a sustainable recovery from addiction, enabling offenders to go clean, which we know is pivotal to going straight. We will shift the focus onto longer-term recovery, including through abstinence-based treatment, drawing on the best examples of incentivised substance-free living areas, such as at HMP Style, where prisoners commit to live without drugs and undergo regular drug testing. Crucially, we want continuity of treatment once an offender is released into the community, so that they do not slip back into using drugs and the life of crime that so often follows. Third, prisons will assess an offender's numeracy and literacy skills and their level of qualifications as soon as they arrive in prison. Prison governors will be expected to develop a plan for each prisoner to improve these core skills and raise their level of qualifications, so that we better equip offenders for work when they are released. A new prisoner education service will put vocational skills like construction and computing at the forefront of learning, so that offenders will get the opportunity to improve their jobs prospects, giving them credible hope that they can take a second chance, turn their life around and lead a better life after prison for themselves, their families and our communities. I've seen what can be achieved by prison staff and prisoners working together. For example, at HMP Lincoln, prisoners are able to gain their construction skills certification scheme card. This is the only prison in Europe at the moment where prisoners can be assessed inside the prison walls so that they're ready to go once they're released. Or at HMP Downview, where female prisoners work with the London College of Fashion, developing skills, confidence, and great clothes. Fourth, we want to transform how prisons get offenders into work, one of the best ways to cut reoffending. We will introduce a new digital tool to match candidates to jobs. We will ensure that prisons have dedicated employment advisors to help offenders find work. And there are some brilliant examples, like the marketing call centre run by Census Life at HMP Highdown, and Lions Haulage, a firm working with offenders at Ford Prison. But we need to do far better at spreading best practice across the estate. Prison governors will be expected to make their work programmes central to the way they operate their prisons, subject to appropriate vetting and security considerations. The government will support the changes needed to adapt prisons to accommodate the needs of employers, including through better links with businesses in surrounding areas. We are also designing smarter prisons, like HMP Five Wells in Wellingborough and Glenparva in Leicestershire, which the Deputy Prime Minister visited recently with my honourable friend, the member for South Leicestershire, to mark the last major phase of construction at the site. These new prisons are being built with large-scale workshops so that offenders can get straight to work in these locations. Fifth, we will ensure that prisoners have the support they need to plan properly for a successful release from custody, because this can be a disruptive and potentially precarious moment for many offenders. Our new resettlement passports will help prepare offenders before release by bringing together everything they need to settle back into the community, like a CV, identification and a bank account, and start looking for work straight away. Health and home matter too. Programmes for drug rehabilitation, skills and work will be more closely linked to the support services available in the community when offenders are released. And the new community accommodation service will help tackle the challenge of homelessness, which disrupts an offender settling back into society and increases the risk that they resort to crime. Sixth, we will make much greater use of smart technology to support reform and rehabilitation. Digital technology will enable inmates to access education and training courses online, as well as addiction recovery and healthcare services. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we will deliver this ambitious strategy with the hard work, determination, ingenuity and dedication of the brilliant staff who work in our prisons every day to keep us safe. We will recruit up to 5,000 more prison officers across public and private prisons as part of our expansion plans. We will upskill our existing staff throughout the estate so that they are better equipped than ever with the skills required to be a prison officer in the 21st century. Prison leadership will be critical too. We have some truly exceptional governors working across the estate today. We will empower these trailblazing governors who deliver the best results by giving them more autonomy over how their prisons are run to meet the strategic vision set out in this white paper. We will also set out key performance indicators and league tables and evaluate performance so that we can spread the very best innovative practice right across the estate. Mr. Speaker, this government puts public protection at the heart of everything we do. We're recruiting more police officers. We're putting serious offenders behind bars for longer. And now we're building the state-of-the-art prisons, bolstered with a regime that will drive down reoffending by making sure that every day an offender spends behind bars involves purposeful reform and rehabilitation to help them go straight, turn their life around, and make a positive contribution to society. That's how this government is cutting crime and making our communities safer as we build back better, stronger and fairer after the pandemic. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Ellie Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving me advanced sight of her statement. We all want to see safer prisons that rehabilitate and reduce reoffending. So investment in providing purposeful activity and preventing drugs from getting into our prisons is welcome. Yet the government have a broken track record on prisons. In 2016, they promised 10,000 new prison places by 2020, but only managed to build 206 in that time. They simply cannot be trusted on prisons. And many of the measures announced today treat the symptoms of our broken prison system and do not tackle the root causes of the problem. Drug use in prisons isn't a new problem, and it's soared a shocking 500% over the last decade. So why has it taken so long for this government to take action? And the announcement of airport-style security in prisons isn't a new policy. The government announced this in 2019, in 2018, in 2017, and it was even a commitment in their 2015 manifesto. Yet, Mr. Speaker, it still hasn't happened. So why should we have any confidence that it will happen now? And this is a government who have failed to get even the basics right in our prisons. After a decade of cuts to the justice system, prisons are currently understaffed, dilapidated, dangerous and overcrowded, with prisoners spending up to 23 hours a day in their cell with no purposeful activity. I remember a visit I made to Rochester Prison a few years ago. The Victorian prison was so run down it was marked for closure and services were decommissioned. But then the government changed its mind to cut costs. When I visited, the drug and alcohol treatment programme had stopped running and the education programme couldn't operate when it rained because of a leak in the roof. This happened under the government's watch. So, Mr. Speaker, how can we be confident in their plans? And, Mr. Speaker, since 2018, there have been 8 urgent notifications issued on prisons. Most recently in Chelmsford, which is housing 700 inmates when it's supposed to hold no more than 545. And there have been reports of filthy prison cells with rat infestations. Mr. Speaker, the Howard League called it the worst prison inspection they had ever seen. We welcome the recruitment of an extra 5,000 officers and measures to upskill staff, but there are now 2,900 fewer officers than there were in 2020, and more than 1 in 10 frontline prison staff lost last year. And for Band 2 staff, the leaving rate was a shocking 1 in 6. A survey conducted by the Prison Officers Association in early 2020 found that 48% of members believed that the quality of their on-the-job training was poor or very poor, and nearly half of staff reported that they were seriously considering leaving their job soon. So how will the Minister tackle retention in the prison service? And will she commit to the pay review body's recommendation of a £3,000 uplift for Band 3 prison officers previously rejected by this government? Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady mentioned Downview Prison, somewhere that I have visited twice. The work they do is commendable, but many of the women there are victims of domestic abuse and the majority suffer from mental health difficulties and addictions. And the government's own female offender strategy promises a focus on early intervention and community-based solutions. Not only are these more cost-effective, but they reduce reoffending. And yet this government are investing £150 million to build 500 new prison cells for women instead of investing in what works, women's centres and community sentences. Can the Minister confirm when they will finally implement the female offender strategy? Mr. Speaker, a shocking 75% of prisoners reoffend within 5 years of release. So we welcome measures on training and education and on resettlement. But how can this take place when there's not enough staff, when prisoners are kept in cells for up to 23 hours a day, when assaults in prisons have doubled since 2010, when the prison budget has been slashed by £6 million since 2010, when self-harm incidents in prisons have increased by 132%? The party opposite calls themselves the party of law and order, but the figures speak for themselves. They have allowed reoffending to rocket because of the dire state of our prisons. Mr. Speaker, the announcements today are a sticking plaster over the fundamental crisis facing a prison system that has been neglected for over a decade. All we've had from this government is warm words and broken promises, when what we need is long overdue real action.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I welcome her to her place. And if I may, I'm going to start by correcting some of the things that she said in her contribution just then. In case she missed it in the statement, body scanners have been rolled out across the male closed estate. That is 74 scanners, and they have seen already very, very impressive results, spotting more than 10,000 positive scans of prisoners trying to get objects into prison that they should not, and thereby helping to safeguard both staff and prisoners within those prisons. She asks me about the state of the cells, and we have said that many of the establishments, some of which date back to Victorian times, are not what we would wish for in the 21st century, and what we know works with prisoners in terms of rehabilitation and cutting crime. And that is why we are upgrading safety standards in 35,000 existing cells on top of this unprecedented building plan of major new prisons across the country, which will incorporate many of the modern technology, for example, that we would wish to see rolled out over the next few years. She rightly raises the issue of recruitment and retention. As I've said in the statement, buildings are but one part of our plan. We must have dedicated and committed members of staff in those buildings, delivering both the safety that prisoners within the walls expect, but also, importantly, keeping members of the public outside of the prison walls safe. She has raised the issue of recruitment. We take very seriously the challenges that some prisons across the country face in terms of recruitment, which is why prison officers in our 31 hardest to recruit sites receive an additional payment of between £3,000 and £5,000. And indeed, since the end of October 2016, we have recruited a net increase of more than 4,000 staff. But we do not shy away from the fact that the role of a prison officer is an extremely difficult one. It does not suit everyone. These are people who bear a great deal of responsibility and who must work with some very, very dangerous, difficult people, as perhaps events in recent weeks of highly public cases have demonstrated. And so that is why in this white paper we have put such an emphasis on supporting our staff, enabling them to develop their careers in the prison service so that they feel fulfilled and they are helping to contribute to our nationwide effort to cut crime. She also asked me about women in prison, and I'm sure it's not deliberate, but she has overlooked the fact that the number of women in custody has fallen by 24% in the last decade since Labour was in power. We very much stand by the female offenders strategy, as I've given evidence before the Justice Select Committee only recently. We want to see that only those women who must be in custody are in fact so sentenced, and we are supporting magistrates and judges to find alternative sentences for those women where it is appropriate. But this is a statement, the golden themes of education, rehabilitation, reform, but also importantly protecting the public run throughout it. And so I very much look forward to working with her and with colleagues across the House in ensuring that we keep our constituents safe whilst ensuring that justice is served for victims of crime.
Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Anyone who takes justice issues seriously will, of course, want to welcome this statement and these initiatives, and I congratulate the Minister upon having brought it forward, and I also observe that it builds upon a lot of the work done by my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Swindon South, who set much of this in train. And I'm glad too that the Minister has picked up upon a number of themes that the Justice Committee has raised with ministers over a number of years. Will she agree that it is important that we have an honest conversation with the whole of our society about the need for prison to focus more upon rehabilitation and the prevention of reoffending, something which we have not done for decades beyond any government, and will she also agree that to make this work we must put resource behind it? Can she help us as to what proportion of the welcome increase in funding received by the Ministry in the current spending round settlement will be devoted to these rehabilitative measures?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will no doubt have a chance to thank my right honourable friend for Swindon South in a moment for his work. But I very much do agree with the Chair of the Justice Select Committee. Rehabilitation is absolutely critical. Reoffending costs us something like £18 billion a year, let alone, of course, the terrible human costs that can often sit alongside that. And this prisons policy should be very much seen as part of the cross-government work to tackle crime, to support police officers and to ensure that justice is delivered. I can help him with how much we are spending on reducing reoffending. We are injecting £550 million over the next 3 years to support prison leavers' transition back into society and to reduce reoffending.
Mother of the House, Harriet Hull.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement and recognise that she's got a considerable track record in her previous ministerial roles of prioritising the interests and concerns of women. And so I know she'll be aware of the research that was recently published by The Observer that showed women in prison are 5 times more likely to have a stillbirth than women in the general population. And she will be aware of the terrible disruption and suffering experienced by children whose mothers are separated from them by being sent to prison. Does she agree with the Joint Committee on Human Rights that women convicted of non-violent and minor offences should not be sent to prison, especially when they're pregnant and when they have young children, as there are other ways of them serving their sentences, and that's what should happen? As she said, the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill is still under consideration in Parliament. Will she consider accepting our new clauses to put that into law so that judges do not sentence to prison women for minor offences when they're pregnant, or that will mean separating them from young children? Let's have that in the law.
Minister.
Firstly, may I put on record my sadness that the Right Honourable Lady has decided to stand down at the next election, but I very much look forward to working with her across the aisles in the meantime. In terms of women in custody, we have, as I've said already, seen a dramatic, I think, decrease in women being sent to prison in the last decade. However, we want to ensure that the judiciary and magistrates maintain, of course, their independence, but that we support them in understanding that there are other measures available. And so the work that continues through the Female Offenders Strategy to examine women's centres and women's residential centres, as well as community solutions, including drug treatment, will be critical to this. If we can give magistrates and judges the confidence to issue these sentences, then I very much hope that the rate of imprisonment will continue to decrease.
Order just to say that we're not making brilliant progress so far. So if we want to get everybody in, do need fairly short answers and short questions. Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will do my best. May I congratulate my honourable friend on bringing forward the White Paper, which has been long in the gestation, and I'm grateful to her for her commitment to this. 2 things. One, when prisoners come in to the estate, the importance of understanding neurodiversity and autism needs is very clear, and I urge you to visit HMP Park, where the unit on autism is breathtaking. And then when they leave, resettlement passports, the community accommodation service, can she outline how that will make a transformational difference when it comes to cutting crime?
Minister.
Well, may I thank my right honourable friend for all of the work that he has done on this, and we're very much very appreciative of his commitment to this, and of course his particular commitment to neurodiverse prisoners. We are very much considering and learning from the Joint Inspectorate call for evidence, and we will be very much taking that into account, those findings into account, when we are designing new prisons. In terms of the need for continuity of treatment, this is again central to the White Paper. We want to ensure that treatment that is given in prison continues moves beyond the prison gates so that people have the best chance possible of leading lives that are free from crime and safe for the rest of the community.
Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to address this? First of all, she said that the cost of reoffending is some 18 billion. It's actually not. It's the victims of those crimes that we should think of first. And if that is right, and if we then say that we know that women's centres are more effective in cutting reoffending than prison, we need now to make sure that the resources are going into those women's centres. But actually, what's good for women in this case would be good for many men as well.
Minister.
In fairness to the right honourable gentleman, I went on to say the human costs, of course, are far greater. So in terms of women's centres, only last week I was extolling the success of the Greater Manchester commitment to looking after treating female offenders in a holistic way, and the dramatic decreases that that area has seen in relation to reoffending. Of course, there are lessons that can be applied in the male estate that we are undertaking, the female estate. I very much want this to be applicable to all prisoners, but I do have this particular focus on the vulnerabilities of some, not all, but some female prisoners.
Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome the statement from the Minister today. With many current and former serving prison officers within the South Ribble constituency, I hear from them firsthand that sinking feeling when they say goodbye to somebody and then all too soon say hello again. And these measures to address the revolving door of prisoners are vital and important. However, I thank her for her time on another matter, which is the proposed new prison in on the same site as HMP Garth and Wymott between Croston and I can see the Honourable Member for South Swindon, who I've also spoken to, thank you very much, sir, between Croston and Leyland. Residents there understand the planning is in there, but will the Minister join with me in urging the planning authority, which is Chorley Borough Council, to consider carefully their representations on both the correct infrastructure for the site, it's got no bus services at the moment, and maintaining the environment and watching flooding?
Order. I really do want there to be concise questions on one subject so that we can get through everybody. Otherwise, it just prevents others from getting in. Minister.
May I thank my honourable friend and also her constituents who, as she has said, do so much to keep our communities safe. In relation to the planning application, I regret I cannot announce at the dispatch box views or otherwise. We must leave that to the council, but I know that she has been lobbying very, very hard for her local constituents to ensure that plans as they are meet the needs and concerns of local constituents.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's a lot in this statement that is to be welcomed, but the challenge that faces the Minister is that we can undermine it all by allowing the continued overcrowding in our prisons. Some of the prison estate is over 60% overcrowded. Right. So, with prison population forecast to rise by 20,000 in the next 4 years, why are we not linking this to sentencing policy? Because the bottom line is we still send too many people to prison.
Minister?
Well, fundamentally, I think the judiciary and magistrates should be trusted in their sentencing decisions. We need to provide alternatives for those people who should rightly be sentenced to alternatives, but it must be a matter for the judiciary. In terms of the prison places, this is precisely why we are investing nearly £4 billion in new prisons, as well as a vast programme of work going on to reshape existing accommodation, to put in temporary accommodation and so on, so that prisoners are treated safely and decently inside.
Jeremy Wright.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome what my right honourable friend has said, particularly what she said about digital technology. I know she will agree that one of the benefits of that will be enabling prisoners in a safe and secure way to communicate with their families, which is good for the prisoners' rehabilitation, but also good for the families, particularly the children. Could I ask her one specific? In relation to league tables, which are part of this statement, can she help us with how the government will be able to make allowances for very different kinds of prisons with very different types of inmate so that the comparisons can be fair?
I can reassure my right honourable friend that we are, of course, recognising those differences, of course recognising the challenges that, let's say, a local prison faces compared to an open prison or a prison which accommodates prisoners for very many, many years. That will all be taken into consideration. We want these key performance indicators to tell the truth of what's happening in our prisons in a fair way, but also a way that shares best practice around the country.
Kate Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and there's much I welcome in this statement, but I have to say I deplore the proclamation of the creation of more prison places as a success story, especially for women. May I press the Minister on the role of women's centres and in particular their funding? Can she give an assurance to the House that funding will always be adequate, sustainable and consistent?
Minister. Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question because it gives me an opportunity to reassure the House about the construction of the new female facilities. We want these new facilities to be trauma-informed and trauma-responsive. Details such as ensuring that there aren't any dark corridors which may trigger, sadly, memories of sexual violence and abuse, for example. So we very much want these new facilities to be seen as a step towards the 21st century prison estate. She makes a fair point about women's centres, and she will know that there are plans underway for our first female residential centre in Wales. It's taking a little bit of time, but we will get there. And we very much want to explore these alternatives in the future to help ensure the figures keep reducing.
Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement. My honourable friend will be aware that our Education Committee has undertaken inquiry into prison education, and there's a lot of evidence about the inability of offenders to undertake apprenticeships and do on-site training, which is hampering skills development. The proportion of offenders in employment 1 year after release is just 17%, which contributes to higher levels of offending, as she knows, and cost to welfare. The prison apprenticeship pathway does not go far enough. Will the Minister support an amendment to the Skills and Post-16 Education Bill and work with me to allow offenders to hold apprenticeships and start them when they're in prison?
Minister.
I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend. I regret that I'm unable to make that commitment at the dispatch box, but I can join with him in the principle that we want prisons to be as effective and meaningful as possible while someone is incarcerated. And apprenticeships, but also training, using part of the prison as a job centre, if you like. These are all different ways, different ideas for how we can get that vital statistic that he cited up so that people are not reoffending, they've turned over a new leaf, and our communities are safer as a result.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The number of drug fines in prisons quadrupled in the 10 years up to 2018, so much so that the government introduced a £100 million package deal to try and deal with that drugs issue. In the 2 years since, the drug fines in prison have gone up again. What next?
Well, Minister, the honourable gentleman perhaps is mischaracterising the success of the X-ray scanners. I've seen for myself how they work at Lincoln. They discover objects concealed within a person that would not otherwise be found. And it shows the ingenuity, terrible ingenuity of organised crime gangs of getting these substances and mobile phones and so on into prisons. It is precisely because we want to break those empires down that we have such enhanced security measures across our prison estate.
No. Crispin Blunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for the reference to the good practice in Downview and High Down, but most importantly all, her joy of being a prisons minister with money. And congratulate my right honourable friend for securing it. But all of that could go to waste if we do not address the inflation in prison places, which is all to do about the addiction of this House to ever longer sentences. And there are better ways of punishing people and protecting the public than prison. And her rhetoric and the rhetoric of her colleagues will affect sentences and the parole board, and they need a lead and confidence from those charged with these responsibilities.
Minister.
Well, as I said, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. I very much encourage the House to see this strategy as sitting alongside the drug strategy, because treatment and recovery for prisoners is key to cutting addiction and therefore reoffending. We are very much committed to a meaningful journey of recovery within prison. We want abstinence-based treatment to be the longer-term goal, and we very much appreciate that whatever work we achieve inside the prison walls must continue once people are released, to give them the best chance of leading fresh lives.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The House was shocked to its core when we learned of the death of, or the stillbirth of, a baby and the 18-year-old mother in Bronzefield. And what specific recommendations has she got about antenatal care? She talked about health care for people affected by drugs, mental health, but specifically for pregnant women, can she please lay out from the dispatch box what we have learned not to do or to do better?
Minister.
Well, I'm mindful of Madam Deputy's call for shorter answers. I can't lay out in detail everything that we are doing, but I hope that gives the honourable member confidence that there is a vast programme of work to ensure that the sorts of cases she has brought to our attention do not happen again. We are providing specific support for pregnant women, including a multidisciplinary individual care plan, and have introduced pregnancy and mother and baby officers in every single women's prison. We do not want the terrible circumstances to happen again, and I genuinely believe through this work that will be prevented.
Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this package, and in particular welcome the work on numeracy and literacy? Can I ask that the Minister ensures that universal screening for dyslexia and other neurodiversities is included? And can she also ensure that the data flows when prisoners are moved between prisons, because otherwise prisoners find that they're sent back to square one and find it extremely frustrating?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend and very much acknowledge the work he is doing on this particular issue of increasing knowledge and awareness of neurodiversity issues. As I've said before, we will be looking very carefully at the joint thematic report into ensuring that neurodiversity is understood and practices followed within prisons to support those who do have neurodiverse conditions. But also this point about data following prisoners around prisons is a fair one, and it is something that we must do much better at, he is right, to ensure that we're not constantly restarting a prisoner's journey when they are moved.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. All this will impact significantly, and in some instances perhaps severely, upon prison staff. So far, the Government has refused to recognise prison service staff as a uniform service, requiring them to work till 68 or in some instances until they drop. Given that resources have rightly been found for infrastructure and indeed for inmates, is it not time that in fact resource was also found for those, the greatest resource within the prison service, which is the men and women who serve, and perhaps they could have their pensions levelled up?
Minister.
Well, again, I hope the honourable gentleman will take time to read the report. He will see the emphasis that we put on the vital contributions that our staff make day in, day out, night out, to keep our communities safe. I have agreed to meet with the Prison Officers Association to discuss the issue of the pension age. I do make the point that prison officers are part of the civil service pension scheme, and the long and the short of it is it means prison staff pay between 2 to 3 times less than colleagues in the fire and police service. I do, however, want to listen to officers on this point, and I'm very happy to be meeting my honourable friend for Sheppey and the Prison Officers Association to do so.
Eve Bryan.
HMP Winchester recently marking 10 successful years of Spurgeon's, helping prisoners keep contact with their families. The Minister knows how important that is to break the cycle. The only problem I have to tell the Minister is that they haven't had any family days in the facility now for a very long time because of, you guessed it, the pandemic. So would the Minister agree that Learn to Live with COVID must also extend to the secure estate? And to enable that, what is the Government's plan to change the currently very low vaccine uptake we have in prisons such as mine?
Minister.
My honourable friend is quite right to say that we must learn to live with COVID within the prison estate as we do outside prison walls. In terms of vaccination, we are working with the NHS local services to roll out the vaccine in custody. We clearly would encourage everyone to be vaccinated, not just inside prison but outside as well, and that will be key to our consideration of the removal of the yet further removal of the national framework. But of course we must be led by the evidence and data on this.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was a little surprised that the Minister didn't mention family ties in her statement. It's an important part of rehabilitation. But can I ask whether she'd be prepared to meet with me and the charity Children Heard and Seen to discuss the retendering of the prisoner family and significant other support services so that we can make sure that it's a children-focused service and it's not just about the prisoner's wants and needs?
The Honourable Lady, I thank her for drawing the point about family ties, along with my honourable friend from Winchester. These are absolutely critical. They are in the white paper, and we want to encourage, as appropriate, keeping those connections as best we can. Very happy to meet with her and the charity, and we very much, through this white paper, will be welcoming the expertise and knowledge and thoughts of charities that work with prisoners, with victims, with prison staff, to ensure that their expertise is shared as part of our work going forward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This white paper on prisons admirably reflects the need to balance punishment and protection of the public with rehabilitation that will reduce reoffending. Does my honourable friend agree with me that a key element of achieving success there is trusting the best prison governors to develop the right regimes for their prisons, not just have instructions imposed on them from headquarters, however well-intentioned?
Very much so. We want to really encourage earned autonomy. We want the best practices to be shared across the prison estate. I was delighted to meet last week a number of prison governors with the Deputy Prime Minister who were telling us their own experiences of what was working in their prisons and sharing information, sharing ideas. This is the way forward for prisons, understanding, of course, that they serve particular communities, particular groups of offenders, and so they have the expertise and knowledge as to what will work within their establishment.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank for the ministerial statement as well. Will there be new prisons or old prisons? It's what happens inside is a critical issue. So can the Honourable Lady outline what steps are in place to prevent contraband of cigarettes, drugs, mobiles and other items which are notoriously used as leverage within prisons?
Indeed they are, and of course those items are ways not just for organised crime gangs to continue control within the prison walls, but they can be used, the mobile phones can be used for people to communicate beyond the prison walls. This is incredibly destabilising, not just for prison staff, but also importantly for those offenders who are living by the rules, trying their best and want to get released as soon as possible. So our security package of £100 million, which we've been working on for some time now, including X-ray body scanners, but also enhanced gate security measures, so that there are we try to cover other ways in which prisoners can get items into prisons, are critical to this, and this will be central to our work going forward.
Philip Hollowbone.
A possible way to reduce prison overcrowding and free up spaces would be to ensure that foreign national offenders serve their time not in British prisons, but back in prison in their own country. So how many foreign national offenders do we have in our prisons, and will she negotiate compulsory prisoner transfer agreements to get these people back to their own nations?
Mr. Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. In relation to foreign national offenders, we very much want to return offenders to their country of origin as quickly as possible. That is not always possible, given, depending on where in the world those offenders claim to have come from, or indeed whether they have been able to be identified as coming from a particular country. But I continue to work with Home Office ministers to ensure that the people who can be identified are returned to their countries of origin as soon as possible.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the Minister for her investment in rehabilitation. My question is about redundant prisons, and in particular Reading Jail, which, as she knows, has been redundant for some time. She will have seen the offer, the very generous offer from Banksy of £10 million to buy this wonderful Victorian building. Will she now agree to meet with me to discuss this possibility and look further into this matter?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his kind invitation and look forward to how Banksy may represent Reading Prison in future artwork. But at the moment I regret, because the competition has just closed and bids are being considered, I'm afraid I can't say anything further on the process, but I will of course update him and the House as soon as decisions have been made.
Rob Seeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her praise of staff and governors, and we have some superb examples on the Isle of Wight. My question, will the Government please make up its mind what it wants to do with Camp Hill? We have 2 prisons already, Albany and Parkhurst. There's room to expand in that estate. Camp Hill's been shut now. We don't mind having another prison, but overall we would prefer it for community housing because we only have 6 brownfield estates on the Isle of Wight. Thank you.
I very much understand my honourable friend's concern for his constituents and also for some certainty. I can't give an undertaking today, but I will very happily meet him to discuss it further and to try to make some progress with this.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this statement, particularly the measures to cut reoffending. But when it comes to building new prisons, my honourable friend will know that proposals for a 1,400 capacity new prison in Buckinghamshire was met with a wall of opposition, thousands of objections, particularly around the loss of greenfield sites, open countryside and agricultural land. So with other parts of government talking about a brownfield preference, will my honourable friend lock into this strategy that all new prisons should be built on brownfield and brownfield only land?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is a staunch defender for his constituents and is assiduous in advocating their concerns in relation to this and other matters. I can't comment further on the particular project that he describes because it is in the process of planning, but I'm very happy to meet him to discuss this further because I am sensitive to the concerns that he has raised.
Anthony Mangnall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've written to the Minister inviting her down to South Devon to meet with Landworks, a local organisation that helps those who have been rehabilitated re-enter society. So I wonder if she will come and visit, but also whether or not she will engage with organisations like that to ensure that they are feeding into the process for how we can help prisoners do their time.
Minister.
I would be delighted to visit my honourable friend and I hope that he will treat me to a cream tea in the process.
On that happy note, I thank the Minister for her statement, and we now come to the 10-minute rule bill. Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require screening for dyslexia in primary schools, to make provision for teaching and assessment of children who have dyslexia and for connected purposes. I'm proud to be dyslexic, but it wasn't always that way. As a teenager, I didn't know I was dyslexic. I spent my school years focusing on maths and science subjects, always trying to avoid anything that needed more than a few sentences. I got into Oxford University through an interview, knowing that if I had to take the exam, I would fail. And it was only there that my dyslexia was identified. My tutor, a brilliant man, he took me to one side at the end of my first term and said, "The problem is, Matt, you can talk, but you can't write." I've always been quite good at the talking bit, Madam Deputy Speaker. But he got me an assessment, and I was diagnosed with dyslexia. And my diagnosis, this was a light bulb moment for me. And years of frustration at school all made sense. And I was lucky because I was at one of the best universities in the world, and they essentially taught me how to read and write again. I was taught how to deconstruct sentences and how to learn each word as a picture, because my mind works in pictures. And shortly afterwards, Microsoft invented spell check, and I want to put on the record my thanks to them. And after a few false starts, I learned to love words, and here I am in a job that is dominated by them. But I was one of the lucky ones who was caught, and there are too many children who are not caught early enough. It is a quiet scandal that an estimated 4 in 5 dyslexic children leave school with their dyslexia unidentified. 80%. This means that young adults are going to university and into the workplace with the same wrong mindset that I had, that they just find reading and writing difficult. And so they're potential unrealised, and often their confidence undermined. Because without the dyslexia being spotted and supported, many children will not only fail to reach their potential, but many will fail to leave school with the qualifications that they deserve. But it doesn't have to be this way. Cheap and easy computer-based screening tools now exist to help identify dyslexia. Primary schools need to have specialist skills to interpret results so that better teaching techniques can help dyslexic children learn to read and write effectively. It's the combination of the trained teachers and making the most of the technology that we need. It is so important that children know, and their parents and their teachers know, so that teachers can teach dyslexic children according to how their brains work. But more than that, because with the right screening and teaching and assessment, dyslexic children can make the most of their brilliant neurodiverse minds. The thing is that dyslexic people think different. Yes, we have problems with the written word and word formation, but dyslexia is associated with positive skills too: creativity, visualization, imagination, lateral thinking. And these are the skills that dyslexics tend to have in abundance, and they're also the skills that the future of work values more and more. And this process in which it's the creative skills and the lateral thinking that's more and more important, this has only been accelerated by the pandemic with the digitization and the automation that we're seeing. The changing of the world of work like never before means that we must make the most of these very human skills. As the machines do more and more of the straight line thinking, so the jobs of the future are more and more about creativity and communication. It wasn't a surprise to me to read that an estimated 40% of successful entrepreneurs are dyslexic. And this bill will help more employers hire the neurodiverse skills of the future. I'll just give two examples, Madam Deputy Speaker. GCHQ, whose apprentices are 4 times more likely to be dyslexic because they're hired for their lateral thinking and their pattern recognition skills. And I pay tribute to other forward-thinking employers like Universal Music, who launched the first handbook for embracing diversity in the creative industries, which is an incredible resource I was proud to launch as Health Secretary. It isn't about quotas, it's about sensible economics. And there's a flip side too. We see all too commonly what happens to many undiagnosed dyslexics who then struggle to read and write. Because the flip side is that while 40% of successful entrepreneurs are dyslexic, so too, it's estimated, are over half of the prison population. There are correlations between dyslexia and unemployment, drug usage, school exclusions, and homelessness. These are the knock-on effects of undiagnosed dyslexia. And we have the tools to solve this injustice. And what I'm asking the House for today is the political will. While reoffending is such a cost to society, and we've just had a whole white paper published on this subject, it makes both economic sense and social justice sense to break this link from dyslexia to the prison door. I welcome the Education Secretary's determination to tackle illiteracy, and we've all been inspired by his personal story of arriving in London without a word of English and making it to the top table. And I'm grateful to the work that the Minister is doing on preparing a white paper on illiteracy and innumeracy. I look forward to working across the House to tackle these injustices. And this proposed bill is just one way to get started. We need to use modern technology to make sure every child gets screened for dyslexia at primary school, but screening alone and the technology alone are not enough. We need primary schools to have trained dyslexia specialists to interpret results and begin an intervention using evidence-based practice. We need teacher training to cover the modern evidence-based techniques for teaching dyslexic children and other neurodiversities too, because all teachers are teachers of dyslexic children. All teachers are, yet there is inadequate teacher training for all neurodiversity. And we need assessment to be both rigorous and assess true capability. And then turning to the criminal justice system, we need more support for those who can't read and support for the dedicated teachers and the prisoner mentors who work hard to help prisoners while they're inside. And I just give one example, the brilliant training staff I met last month under the inspirational leadership of Steve Phillips at High Point Prison in my own West Suffolk constituency, working incredibly hard. They'll be supported by some of the measures announced today, but there is more to do, much more. And then in business, employers have a vital role because employing dyslexics isn't an act of kindness, it is good business. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I got the support I needed. I was one of the lucky ones. We cannot let so many slip through the cracks. We must use the modern tools at our disposal. I'm very grateful for the support I've received for this bill, including from members on all sides, and I'm grateful to you all, to the chair of the Select Committee. I'm grateful to those who've been in contact with me since I've started talking about this, people who've told me their story. Some of these stories incredibly moving. I'm very grateful to the Centre for Social Justice, who are helping me in this campaign and have today published an excellent paper on what the evidence is and what needs to happen. By working together across the political divide and beyond politics, we as a House and as a society can start to harness dyslexia as a strength, not a weakness, and give people like my teenage self the confidence and the support to make the most of their talents. The Minister knows how important this is. The Secretary of State is every ounce of him the embodiment of the best of modern Britain. And I think this is an issue that the House can unite behind and the country can unite behind, because I believe deeply that everyone has something to give, everyone has a contribution to make, and it is the role of us in politics and the role of government to help people make the very best of their lives and to help each child reach the soaring heights of their potential. So let's make the UK a global leader in raising the standards of how we identify, teach and assess children whose minds work differently, who think different, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the Right Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Robert Halfon, Rupert Huck, Ian Duncan-Smith, Paul Bristow, Rosie Cooper, Tom Hunt, Henry Smith, Holly Mumby-Croft, Christian Wakeford, Brendan Clark-Smith, Jim Shannon and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Matt Hancock.
Dyslexic Screening Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 18th of March 2022.
Friday the 18th of March 2022. Thank you. We now come to the Nationality and Borders Bill programme motion. Minister to move.
Beg to move.
Question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Nationality and Borders Bill as amended in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now.
We begin with new clause 2, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I call Henry Smith to move new clause 2.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that new clause 2 that stands in my name and the name of many honourable and right honourable members across this House be read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chagos Islanders have suffered over half a century of consistent injustices. They were forcibly exiled from their homeland, the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia, outer islands like Perez Panos, by the Harold Wilson administration in the late 1960s to make way for a military base, and they were typically relocated against their will in Mauritius, but also in the Seychelles and some other locations as well. There are many aspects of the injustices suffered by the Chagos Islanders that I and many other honourable and right honourable members across the House have campaigned on, such as a right of resettlement, a right of compensation, a package which still hasn't been fully realised to any extent at all, also a right of self-determination, the fact that it's London or Washington or the UN in New York or Port Louis that is seeking to decide their future sovereign status. But there is another injustice that has been suffered by descendants of Chagos Islanders, and that is the denial of their moral right to British Overseas Territory citizenship. It is no fault of grandchildren and other descendants of the Chagos Islanders that their forebears were forcibly removed from their homeland and essentially dumped in other parts of the Indian Ocean. And it has meant that they have lost their right to British Overseas Territory citizenship. Had those individuals been born in other overseas territories, Gibraltar, the Falkland Islands, Bermuda, any of the others that exist, then they would have a right to British Overseas Territory citizenship. This is causing great hardship for many families and dividing many communities as a result. Those who were born on the Chagos Islands, those who are the direct children of those born on the Chagos Islanders, do have a right to British Overseas Territory citizenship and therefore British citizenship and are able to settle in this country and are productive members of our wider society, many of them having decided to live, I'm grateful, in my Crawley constituency. But for many grandchildren and other descendants of those islanders, it means that technically they are seen as foreign nationals and either have to go through an expensive and rigorous visa process to be here and then apply for indefinite leave to remain. And what that results in is families with different nationality status and immigration status, often in the same household, some able to work and access public funds and public services, others unable to, which creates issues in terms of housing overcrowding. As I said at the beginning of my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a community that has suffered a series of injustices, the sort of thing you'd expect to read in the history books of colonialism of several hundred years ago. We're not talking about many people either. We have just heard a lot about 20,000 Afghans evacuated from that country with the fall of Kabul. We've heard a lot about BNO citizens in Hong Kong with a right, over 3 million, with a potential right to settle in this country as a result of the increasing Chinese erosion of democracy there. In terms of Chagos Islanders, we are only talking about the hundreds to the low thousands who would be eligible. I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way because he's absolutely right. It's not about the numbers, but it's about the principle and it's about living up to our historic obligations. Can I tell the honourable gentleman I've seen a number of initiatives of this sort. I'll be happy to support his clause today. It remains to be seen what the response will be from the Treasury bench. But would he join me in putting the message across to those ministers and officials responsible here that this is not something that is ever just going to go away? If it's not today, then sooner or later the injustices here are going to have to be addressed.
Well, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman for his support and his intervention, and I agree with every word he says. We have had over half a century of appalling injustice in many different areas for this community. It is time now that this House rights the wrongs that they have suffered, and in allowing British Overseas Territory citizenship for those descendants of the Chagos Islands, we can go a long way to do that. Chagos Islanders were forcibly removed from their homeland, not by this House, but by an order in Council. It has never been an issue that has had the proper scrutiny of this elected House. This elected House can now play its part in righting a significant historic injustice that has existed, and therefore I call upon members from across the House to support this new clause 2.
Acquisition by registration, descendants of those born on British Indian Ocean Territory.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. Shadow Minister Bambos Cherilan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Crawley and his excellent speech proposing new clause 2. And I pay tribute to his commitment to this cause, which I know has been a long-standing one for him and his constituents. And I wish to put on record the opposition's support for this new clause, which seeks to rectify the long-standing injustice in British nationality law that affects a relatively small number of people, the Chagosian people, descendants of the Chagos Islanders, who were forcibly removed from the British Indian Ocean Territory in the 1960s. And the fact that British citizenship does not automatically pass to second and third generation Chagosians, despite some of them migrating to the UK with their British parents as very young children, is nothing short of a scandal. And I hope honourable members on both sides of the House will support new clause 2. Turning now to the bill itself, whereas the honourable member for Crawley is seeking to rectify an injustice, the Nationality and Borders Bill does the opposite and seeks to create chaos and injustice, and I'll focus my comments in this debate to part 1 of the bill. Clause 9 of the Nationality and Borders Bill provides the government with dangerous and unprecedented powers to deprive UK nationals of citizenship without warning, and we're wholeheartedly opposed to this clause. Though through Clause 9, the government seeks to amend the long-standing position under British Nationality Act 1981 that an individual must be notified if they are to be deprived of their nationality. It exempts the government from giving notice of a decision to deprive a person of citizenship if authorities do not have the subject's contact details or if it's not reasonably practical to do so. The government's proposal also allows such secret deprivations to take place solely on the basis that the Home Office deems it in the public interest or because it would damage foreign relations. Effectively, this means that the Home Secretary can strip someone's citizenship without informing them because it would be internationally embarrassing for her to do so. This abhorrent proposal therefore enables the government to remove basic fairness on top of an already dangerous power. As like many measures in this bill, there is no practical reason for this change. Present rules already allow for citizenship deprivation letters to be delivered to an individual's last known address. And the real purpose of this rule appears to be introducing measures that remove the right to appeal. These measures make a lawful, previously unlawful citizenship stripping. They ask Parliament to pretend an unlawful decision was lawful all along. It's shameful and Orwellian in equal measure. And Clause 9 means that... I'll give way.
Thank you very much indeed for that. I wonder if the honourable gentleman could just cast his mind back to 2003, the Nationality, Immigration and Asylum Act 2002. And for the first time, people who had acquired British citizenship through birth were made subject to deprivation of citizenship powers. So what we are talking about today, what he's just commented on, brought in by a Labour government, voted through by a Labour government. And so I just wonder if he could address that.
As I've mentioned previously, any reasons to strip people of citizenship are done on notice, and this actually deprives people of the right to... I do not agree with the principle of it, that it should be done on notice. Clause 9 means that individuals will not be able to challenge their deprivation of nationality as they will not be aware or told that they are no longer British citizens. And the time limit for appeal may run out before the individual becomes aware that their rights have been stripped. As Reprieve have pointed out, under these proposals, a person accused of speeding will be afforded more rights than someone at risk of being deprived of their British nationality. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I very much agree with the point that he's making. Is he aware of the very widespread alarm that Clause 9 of the bill is creating up and down the country?
My honourable friend is exactly right in what he's saying. In recent years, the government has unlawfully failed to satisfy the simplest of obligations in relation to citizenship deprivation, providing notice to people seeking to deprive of their rights. And having found them to have unlawfully stripped people of citizenship without telling them, the Home Secretary now seeks to undo these unlawful actions. I'll give way.
Can I just ask him very simply, does he agree with the principle of citizenship revocation? Forget the issue of duty of notice. Do you agree with the principle of it?
I'm sorry, but that's exactly what's being done.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the British Nationality Act has been in law for the last 40 years, and that provides the power to strip people of citizenship. What we're talking about here is about doing it without notice.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I'll give way.
Thank you. Would my honourable friend agree with me that to deprive a person of their citizenship without warning or explanation would be a flagrant breach of natural justice, and that to do so as an alternative to submitting that person to due process under the law risks undermining our national security rather than enhancing it?
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. She's exactly right. How can it be right that somebody is able to be stripped of their citizenship without knowing about it? That's clearly a breach of natural justice.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend giving way. He's made a very important point about people not knowing that they've been deprived of their citizenship and how that might affect their ability to appeal, because in the clause the government's inserted, it says that someone subject to these new rules may appeal against the decision to the first-tier tribunal. But as I understand it, Rule 8 of the Special Immigration Appeals Commission gives individuals 28 days to appeal deprivation of citizenship if they're outside the United Kingdom. Doesn't he agree with me that the Minister, in responding today, has got to give absolute clarity that that 28 days will be extended?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. How can you know when the 28 days are going to run if you've not received notice of the decision to strip you of your citizenship? It's absolutely basic.
My honourable friend give way on that point.
Give way.
I thank my honourable friend, and would he agree with me that at the heart of this is the complete stripping away of the due process, where a person now does not have to be given notice, does not have to be given a reason why their nationality is being stripped, and it also has a disproportionate impact on our BAME communities.
My honourable friend makes a very good point. It will clearly affect people that have other citizenships acts available to them, because it's currently unlawful to deprive somebody of citizenship and leave them stateless. People's citizenship, their identity and ultimately their rights are what this clause is about, because without citizenship, people do not have rights, leaving them without an identity and a sense of belonging. I'll give way this one last time, but I do need to make progress, otherwise there'll be very little time for anyone else to speak in this debate.
I'm grateful to him, and the honourable member is a reasonable man, so I'm sure he would agree with me. It is incredibly important on sensitive issues like the very small number of people whose nationality may be revoked by the Home Secretary, as it has been over the last 100 years, should not be subject to rather embarrassing scaremongering such as that has been by the honourable member for Bradford East. And would he like to confirm at the dispatch box that his clear understanding is that where someone has a single nationality only, they cannot have this revocation of nationality and be sent abroad, as the honourable gentleman has been passed?
There are many people that have dual nationality in the UK, and those are the people who are currently in fear of this measure being introduced and the status being. I will make progress. I will make progress. Not only do the provisions in this clause represent a total disregard for justice and the rule of law, but it also to certain British citizens that despite being born and raised in the UK, their rights would always be precarious and subject to change, because in the words of the Home Office, British citizenship is a privilege, not a right. The consequences of this are drastic. It is a threat to all, but particularly those from an ethnic minority background. According to analysis from the New Statesman, nearly 6 million people in England and Wales could be affected, with 2 in 5 people from an ethnic minority background eligible to be deprived of their citizenship without being told under this proposal. Madam Deputy Speaker, has the government learnt nothing from the Windrush scandal? It is repeating the same mistakes again and again. How can we trust the government and the Home Office? How can we trust them with the measures proposed in Clause 9? Simply, we can't. And I therefore commend the Right Honourable Member for Houghton, Price and Howden from bringing forward Amendment 12 to remove Clause 9 from the bill. We support this amendment in the name of fairness and in order to uphold the rule of law. Another aspect of Part 1 we're concerned about is statelessness, in particular Clause 10, which is intended to disentitle stateless children here in the UK from their existing statutory right to British citizenship. And I thank my honourable friend, and Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, for tabling Amendment 111, which would in effect give effect to the recommendations made by the Joint Committee on Human Rights, which published an excellent report into the bill earlier this month. And I also wish to put on record my thanks, and I'm sure the whole House's thanks, for the enormous contribution that she has made as a parliamentarian, preserving rights and demanding equality. She'll be sorely missed when she steps down at the next election. Clause 10 proposes to amend and restrict a vital safeguard in British nationality law that prevents and reduces childhood statelessness. Under our international obligations, existing safeguards mean that a child who was born in the UK and has always been stateless can acquire British citizenship after 5 years of residing here. By restricting and amending this obligation, the government's proposals are an affront on children. They will impose the most profound exclusions upon children, denial of any citizenship, and particularly citizenship of the place where they were born and live, and the only place they know. The exclusion and alienation will be inflicted on a child through their formative years and will be highly damaging to their personal development and to their feelings of security and belonging. The government has also failed to consider during second reading and committee stage, has consistently failed during committee stage and second reading to explain what assessment has been made of the impact this proposal will have on statelessness, and this is unacceptable. On this side of the House, we therefore welcome Amendment 111 and support its intention, which is to ensure that the government acts in compliance with Article 1 of the 1961 UN Statelessness Convention by amending Clause 10 so that British citizenship is only withheld from a stateless child born in the UK when nationality of a parent is available to the child immediately without any legal or administrative hurdles. This is a necessary amendment as the government has failed to protect existing safeguards in line with international law in this bill. In contrast, it has introduced cruel and unworkable proposals that would only exacerbate challenges for children and young people in the UK. Following on from the issue of child statelessness is the new clause from my honourable friend, the member for Streatham. We'll be supporting this new clause, which concerns the fee of £1,012 in cases of a child for people to exercise their right to be registered as a British citizen. Like honourable and right honourable members from across the House, I have raised many cases on behalf of my constituents navigating this inefficient, ineffective and expensive system. The fees imposed by the Home Office deny people their rights, and application fees are one barrier, and Home Office delays and inefficiencies are another. And if we look at the figures, the unfairness becomes extremely stark. Even to the former Home Secretary and Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove, who described the registration fees for children quite rightly as a huge amount of money to ask children to pay.
Would my honourable friend give just on that particular point?
I'll give one.
Could you enlighten the House? Because I've heard that as this was being prepared, the Children's Commissioner wasn't consulted at all about the implications of this bill for the status of children and this bill. Could that possibly be right?
My honourable friend makes a very good point. I'm not aware that the Children's Commissioner was consulted on this, but I'm sure the Minister will clarify in his remarks whether that was the case or not. I agree that the fee for a child to register as a British citizen currently stands. The fee for a child to register as a British citizen currently stands at £1,012, and the Home Office confirms that the cost of registration to be only £372. The remaining £640 is therefore money made above the delivery of the service. Registration fees do not therefore reflect the costs of registration as things stand for the Home Office. Therefore, under the government's watch, people are being prevented from accessing the immigration system, leading to exclusion and isolation for children and young people who are denied citizenship due to the barriers in their way. Citizenship is not about cost, it should be about contribution to our communities and inclusivity. And as a system currently functions, however, it is about cost. By design, it is about the cost of astronomical application fees. And rather than fixing these problems through this piece of legislation, which despite its draconian measures, provide a unique opportunity to right this wrong, the government concerns itself with outlandish and unworkable policies. I strongly urge members from all sides to carefully consider my honourable friend's new Clause 8, which will deliver fairness where the government has failed to. It has our full support. Finally, I also wish to speak about another issue which I know has broad cross-party support and represents a further important and unique opportunity to right wrongs. New Clause 5, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Ashford and others, which is related to the British National Overseas Visa Scheme, the BNO Visa Scheme. As we know, the BNO scheme has, in theory, been designed to offer a path to citizenship for Hong Kongers, but in practice the scheme is not working as well as it could. Indeed, there are worrying and significant loopholes in the scheme that mean individuals and groups of individuals are being left in limbo. This is particularly true for young Hong Kongers who have fled the country over fear of repercussions. As those born after 1997 do not hold BNO passports and are therefore unable to settle in the UK via the BNO route, the result of this loophole is that the BNO scheme is that young people who have fled police brutality now find themselves fighting for their rights within the sclerotic and inefficient UK asylum system due to being arbitrarily excluded from the scheme because of their age. Those born after 1997 do not hold a BNO passport, and these documents were issued to citizens following the handover of Hong Kong from the UK to China in 1997. Therefore, to date, those under 24 cannot benefit from the BNO scheme. Home Office figures show that there have been 124 asylum claims from Hong Kong nationals in the year to June 2021, compared with 21 the year before and just 9 in June 2019. It is a growing problem and it cannot be swept under the rug. Indeed, for those stuck in the system today, there is an agonising wait, in the words of Hong Kong Watch. And it is an agonising wait that shouldn't exist and could be fixed in the BNO scheme. Again, this is something that we introduced as the opposition in committee and naturally would support New Clause 5 fully. There are deep and historic ties between the UK and Hong Kong. The government must not waver in its commitment to people whose way of life has been put at risk, and by accepting New Clause 5, the government can take a significant step forwards, doing that immediately with the support of members on these benches. We believe that the government's decision to offer the Hong Kong BNO scheme is a welcome expression of the UK's historic relationship with the citizens of Hong Kong, and we believe that individuals and families arriving from Hong Kong will enrich the cultural life of the UK and contribute to our economy. But without amendment, this scheme is in danger of just being more warm words. And as with other amendments and new clauses I've mentioned, despite our deep concerns about this bill and its draconian dog whistle politics towards refugees and asylum seekers, it does nonetheless provide an opportunity to right wrongs in our system. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll leave my comments there, as I know that many honourable members wish to speak today.
Perhaps I'll just give a little bit of guidance. There are two groups of amendments this afternoon. Sorry, you can sit there. There are two groups of amendments this afternoon. If colleagues wish to speak in the second group of amendments, they should wait until we get to that group. And obviously a lot of colleagues will want to speak at various parts, so it might be wise to prioritise which particular sections colleagues wish to speak in. And I shall be prioritising those who have amendments down in this first section. David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. If I may just ask a question with respect to what you've just ruled, I take it I will be able to speak in the second group to my second group of amendments. I don't have to address them now. Is that correct?
I'm sure very careful consideration will be given to the, to the amendments that down, but there may be some people who don't get in on both sections, because if there are votes, it does eat into the second section. David Davis.
I wasn't looking for a promise, so thank you for that anyway. Let me start, before I talk to my amendment literally, for which I have a 1-minute speech, by addressing two of the points raised by my honourable friends on these benches to the opposition spokesman. The first question that was put to him was, do you agree with the idea of being able to withdraw citizenship full stop? And the answer, my answer to that, is that I think the current 1981 Act gives too much power to the Home Secretary. And that, and I will answer if he doesn't interrupt me. And it gives too much power without sufficient early judicial intervention. It allows a right of appeal, but it doesn't require the right of application to court first, which for something as serious as citizenship, it should do. We should not give the state the power to effectively take every right whatsoever away from erstwhile citizens of the country. Now, that's not just my view. It also happens to be the view of our biggest ally. The only time in my time in this House that I have had a visit, as it were, from the State Department of the United States is on this policy. Is on the fact that we are leaving, as it were, in some people's view, our human detritus out in the conflict zones of the Middle East. And most of our allies, having started with that policy, have withdrawn from it and are now taking back their own people to put them on trial in their own country. So from a security point of view, this policy doesn't exactly stand up in the views of our allies.
Will you give way?
Of course I'll give way.
He's making an incredibly strong point. Does he also think that it's quite inappropriate for one of the leading nations, which has the privilege of the veto at the United Nations, not to accept its international responsibilities in this way, responsibilities that all the other members of the Permanent Five are accepting?
Yes, I do think that, but I was focusing on this point on the security element of this, and I do not think the security argument stands up. Now, the amendment in my name, Amendment 12, would remove Clause 9 from this bill. It doesn't take away the Home Secretary's right of rejecting citizenship, it just takes away her right to do it without notification. Now, of course, that matters, going back to the point I made about judicial rights. Because if you don't know you've had the right withdrawn, if you've had your citizenship withdrawn, then you are unable to appeal the matter for as long as you don't know about it. And that might be a long time, because if you look at Clause 9, you'll see the reasons that subsection 5, this is the requirement to notify, does not apply if it appears to the Secretary of State that, in a series of conditions, one of which is it's in the interest of the relationship between the United Kingdom and another country. I cannot think of a weaker reason to withhold the rights of one of our citizens in favour of our diplomatic relations with another country. I really do not think we're on the same page in this respect. Now, the right of citizenship in this country, I mean, in 1850, I think A.J.P. Taylor said it was the greatest speech in Parliament was Palmerston's speech on the Don Pacifico affair, when he talked about the Civis Romanus Sum speech about the rights of a British citizen. And of course, in those days, that meant rights to be protected around the world, rather than the way American citizens are now. It doesn't mean that anymore. But what it does mean are rights under our democracy. Rights to access to a member of Parliament so they can stand up for you. Rights to freedom under the law. Rights to the judiciary, to the courts. I know they're unfashionable now, but rights to the operation of British justice. Something which is one of the most valued things in the world, and it's what we are defending in these contests in the Middle East and elsewhere. And it seems to me entirely inappropriate that we should make one of our strategies that of being able to take away citizenship from people who very often have lived here since they were 1 or 2 years old. Very often, if they were sent to the other country, which they've never been to and don't speak the language anymore, they will face summary execution. At least one case that applies. Where stands our belief against the capital punishment, which most of the people in this House espouse? So this is an uncivilised, legally disputable removal of the rights of people who may not be good people, but then put them in front of our courts and punish them. That's the way British justice would work, that's the way British democracy should work, and that's what we should do today.
Quite.
We now come to the SNP spokesperson, Anne McLaughlin, and just to remind people that being fairly brief in remarks will allow more people to get in, as admirably run by David Davis. Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even though we have fundamental disagreements with most of this horrific bill, that is not the case for Part 1, where we're in agreement with much of it. We support the efforts to correct some historical injustices of UK nationality law and bringing British citizenship and British overseas territory citizenship law back into line. It could have and should have happened a long time ago, but it's happening now, and we support that. But we must pay tribute to the campaign groups who've continued to make the case over several years, including the Project for the Registration of Children as British Citizens and Amnesty International. However, there are a number of issues I want to raise, and I'll start with the SNP new clauses. New Clause 34 wants to ensure that the Government does not profit from people registering as British citizens or British overseas citizens. Members might be interested to know that in 2018 the Home Office made profits of £500 million by charging £500 million more than it cost to process the fees. The cost to the Home Office of the registration process per person is approximately £372. The cost to the person applying is a minimum of £1,100 if you're a child and £1,200 if you're an adult. Why? And more importantly, why does it matter? How does it impact on somebody's life? Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to share the story that I shared at committee stage of someone who's become part of my family and the devastating impact these extortionate fees had on his family life. Campbell, not his real name, came from Sudan. His village where he grew up was razed to the ground. Everybody fled, and he didn't know where the rest of his family were. He assumed that his brothers, sister, mother and father had died, but he didn't know for sure, and he kept hearing rumours over the years. He came here as an asylum seeker and then got his refugee status. He worked in security on minimum wage, 0 hours contracts, but he had a very diligent approach to his job and he built a life for himself. But always in the back of his mind was the need to know for sure what had happened to his family members. Any of us would share that need. The Red Cross got some information from him, but nothing was certain. There was a possibility some of them had survived. He knew he needed to go back and find out if that was the case. To do that, he needed the protection of a British passport and British citizenship, so he set about applying. Because he was on minimum wage, it took him years to save up the fees. And I realise there are many in here who cannot imagine that, and I make no criticism of them. I'm not being facetious for never having experienced poverty. I would like nobody to experience it, but I would urge the members opposite to trust me when I say it took him years to save up the £1,200, and he couldn't have saved any harder. Had he been charged what it actually cost the Home Office, he would have got to the Sudan a whole lot sooner. I know that nobody in this room would have wanted what happened to him, which I'm going to come on to have happened, but I want to explain the impact of these extortionate fees in the hope that the Government can be persuaded to reduce them. It took Campbell a long time, but he finally got back with his British passport to Sudan to see what had become of his family, and he discovered that his mum had in fact survived the brutal attacks. She later became ill for many years. She lived longer than anybody expected, but it was because she'd clung on, hoping that she would see his face one more time. She died 2 months before he got there. As I said, I'm not for a second suggesting that anybody here or anybody drafting the legislation would not care about what happened to Campbell. But if he had been able to apply for his citizenship when he became eligible, in other words, if he'd been able to afford the cost because it was the actual cost rather than the cost plus profit, he could have been reunited with his mum before she passed away, and it would have meant so much to both of them. There are so many Campbells out there, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so many others with different stories. I want to express my party's support for new Clause 8 in the name of the Honourable Member for Streatham, and I will leave her to make what I know will be very good arguments about the even more offensive practice of making profit from children's applications. One of those arguments being, of course, that the courts have already ruled against it, but that doesn't seem to make a great deal of difference to this government these days. And finally, on new clause 34, awareness raising, several organisations, including Amnesty, have expressed concern about the lack of it. They've asked for assurances that where an individual application is successful, the government will take positive action to ensure that other potential applicants are made aware of their equal or similar right to register at discretion. This means that where an example is identified, as the bill says, of unfairness, an act or omission by a public authority or exceptional circumstances on which it is right or necessary to exercise the discretion, there should be publicity and awareness raising. We talked about that in committee, but those organisations want to know that it will happen and that members of the public who could use the legislation to the same positive effect will have access to that information, easy access. And I would also like an assurance from the Minister that awareness raising will apply equally to British citizenship and British overseas territories citizenship. New clause 33, EU citizens have been living in the UK without knowing that for some there is an obscure requirement to hold a form of private health insurance. With free access at point of need to our unique NHS, of which we are all proud, the EU rules on the need for comprehensive sickness insurance were not really written with the UK's unusual situation in mind. So new clause 33 is necessary because for many this requirement has only become apparent when applying for citizenship or when applying for British passports for their children born in the UK, and it's now presenting significant hurdles to obtaining citizenship. It could easily be rectified by this new clause, which would allow an applicant's right of free access to the NHS to satisfy the requirement that an individual should hold CSI. And the Minister made sympathetic noises on this at committee, so if he won't accept this new clause, will he at least tighten up the guidance so that nobody has to take the risk of shelling out over £1,200 to apply only to lose it when the decision maker takes the view on CSI that the Minister seemed to be suggesting he would not want them to take. Madam Deputy Speaker, we support many of the amendments and new clauses, but I'll mention just a couple in particular. The Amendment 2 in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Orkney and Shetland to leave out the clause 10 on statelessness. So clause 10 requires the Secretary of State to be satisfied that a child was unable to acquire another nationality before the child is permitted to register as a British citizen. This creates an additional and unjustified hurdle to stateless children's registration as British citizens. Rather than ease the process and reform the current system to help children attain citizenship, the Government are intent on putting up more barriers and making it more difficult for children under 18 to be registered. Why? Because they have a handful of anecdotal examples of parents who appear to be using the system, as far as they're concerned, to jump the queue. In fact, I only remember one anecdote at committee stage. What I do remember is honourable members on the committee asking repeatedly for evidence and the Minister repeatedly saying evidence would be forthcoming. I remember the honourable member for Enfield Southgate asked, I asked myself several times, the honourable member for Bermondsey and Old Southwark asked, and the honourable member for Cumbernauld South and Kirkintilloch East asked. I think I counted when I looked at the record at least 10 times that we asked for something more than anecdotes, and we were told the evidence would be forthcoming. But it's just not, it hasn't been. So maybe the Minister's going to surprise us and give us the evidence now. But the impact of the anecdotes one anecdote that I remember being given was that a child who's done absolutely nothing wrong may end up registered as British 5 years before they otherwise might be. It hardly seems grounds for introducing this restrictive clause. And the impact of statelessness on children can be dreadful. It's a terrible thing for a child to feel that they don't belong during their formative years. Coming on to Amendment 12 in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden, we are very much opposed to Clause 9 of the Bill, which grants the Home Secretary the power, as we've heard, to strip UK nationals of their citizenship in secret without advance warning. Deeply concerning, and it sends completely the wrong message. And I can say that since this has become public knowledge, I've had a number of people phoning me in an absolute panic about it. I will give way to whoever it was that asked me.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for giving way. Does she agree with me that it's not only us and the honourable gentleman opposite that share the concerns A petition was started on change.org by my constituent, Mr Kashif Iqbal, has now got over 150,000 signatures calling for the removal of new Clause 9 to ensure that British citizenship cannot be stripped from our constituents in this manner.
And I pay tribute to, I'm just coming to the end, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I pay tribute to Mr Iqbal, my honourable friend's constituent, because that's what we want, is public pressure. Because on the committee, I felt we were not being listened to at all. And of course we didn't win any of the battles on committee. Probably not going to win any of the battles here, but we'll try. But public pressure is what will make this government change its mind. As I said, we do support many of the amendments, for example, new clause 2 on the Chagos Islanders. And I also pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Crawley for his tenacity in this. New clause 4 and 5 regarding Hong Kong citizens, new clause 7 on healthcare workers. Seems a bit of a cheek to be charging people for the privilege of putting themselves at risk fighting the pandemic, and those amendments and new clauses from the Joint Human Rights Committee. But as I say, we support righting the historical wrongs, but our primary concerns are stateless children, stripping away people's nationality without notice, the requirement for CSI for EEA citizens, and they need to end the practice of profiteering from people registering as British citizens. That, Madam Deputy Speaker, has to stop. Hear, hear.
Just a reminder that this debate has to finish at 4:45, and obviously the Minister will require some time at the end. So if colleagues were about 5 minutes, we might make it. Damien Green.
Speaker, I wish to move new clause 5 and to start by thanking the more than 50 colleagues who supported this new clause, representing, I think, every party in this House. And also, I wish to thank ministers for engaging positively with me on the substance of the amendment. My new clause aims to provide greater protection for the brave young people in Hong Kong who are fighting oppression. In particular, it gives them a right to settle in the UK, which is very difficult for them at the moment. Why is it needed? I would illustrate it with one case of 20-year-old Tony Chung, who's been handed a prison sentence of more than 3.5 years. His crime, which was that when he was 18 years old, on a small student Facebook group, what he said was deemed to amount to secession and being breach of Hong Kong's national security law. This illustrates how what was once Asia's freest and most vibrant city is moving towards totalitarianism. Political persecution is growing by the day. Amnesty International calls it a human rights emergency, and I agree. The Hong Kong government, at the behest of Beijing, is silencing the free press, gagging civil society, and smothering all forms of dissent in the city.
Honourable friend, give way.
Give way to my honourable friend.
As my honourable friend knows, I am signatory to his amendment. Does he share my concern that 93% of those people that have been arrested just for being pro-democracy are young people, and we have a unique obligation to protect them and provide them safe and legal passage? And when we're dealing with a Chinese Communist Party that can disappear a tennis player or even sanction members of Parliament, we need to be absolute in the support that we give young Hong Kongers.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and indeed anticipates a point I was about to make. And the key point that arises from her remarks is that the British government has sensibly and rightly introduced the British National Overseas Visa, which allows people in Hong Kong who registered for that scheme before the handover of Hong Kong in 1997, the right to settle in this country. The problem is that many of the dissenters and demonstrators in Hong Kong are under 25 and are therefore too young to have qualified under that route as it currently stands. So what I am seeking to do is to give those under 25-year-olds the route as well. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Can I first of all congratulate my honourable friend for having brought this amendment forward? It speaks of the decency of what we represent here in this House, and I want to support him in this. Does he not agree with me that right now many of those individuals he's referring to are looking to us desperately for some hope of freedom, and that we need to offer them, as this mother of all parliaments, the chance for that freedom?
He is exactly right.
these young people, mostly young people, are fighting for the values that we fight for and that this Parliament represents, which is why I'm so pleased that people from across this House have supported this new clause. But in practical terms, as I say, I have thanked ministers for being positive in their engagement. I hope to hear more from the minister when he rounds up the debate. But I think, although the government is absolutely moving in the direction and its heart is in the right place on this, I fear they may not at this stage move far enough. And in particular, I know the minister is very keen on using the Youth Mobility Scheme, which exists not just for Hong Kong, obviously, but for many other countries as well, as a route for young people in Hong Kong to move towards settlement. And I would enter two quite large caveats at this stage about using that scheme. The first is straightforward practicality, which I can illustrate with the example of a 19-year-old Hong Kong young woman called Venus. That's not her real name for obvious reasons. She was involved in many protests. The university she was at reported the protests to the Hong Kong authorities. She evaded the police for a time, but she soon became aware that they were coming for anyone involved in protests under the pretext of the national security law. She fled to the UK from Hong Kong the day after. Several of her friends were arrested 2 weeks later. If she had applied through the Youth Mobility Scheme, it would take 3 weeks at least for her to get out of Hong Kong. It would not have been enough. So there's that very practical point about using the Youth Mobility Scheme. And the other point I would make is that, of course, it's a reciprocal scheme. It requires both sides to agree. So if the Chinese authorities, the Hong Kong authorities, decided not to participate in a reciprocal scheme, then they could close it down tomorrow. And I would want to hear from ministers what they would do in those circumstances. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I thank him for putting forward this amendment. Would he agree with me that the under-25s that are seeking asylum and safety in our country from Hong Kong not only have to navigate a difficult asylum system, but now also have to face difficulties in terms of access to health care, but also safety once here as well?
I don't wish to go into wider issues with the immigration system at this point. At the moment, genuinely, I'm most concerned with giving them a route to get to this country. Apart from the asylum system, we already have a couple of hundred of them in the asylum system here. And if ministers can find another route, if we can find another route, then that would take a bit of pressure off the asylum system. And I would recommend ministers look at Canada's Young Talent Work Experience pathway to permanent residence for Hong Kong as a suitable exemplar to follow. I do want to work with ministers on this, and I believe that they have the best interests of the people in Hong Kong at heart. So I'm hoping not to have to move this to a vote this time, but I would want to give them more time simply to work out the better details of a mobility scheme suitable for young people in Hong Kong, because as we know, after this week, the bill will go to the Lords, where it will excite very detailed interest. By the time their Lordships debate it, I hope and expect that ministers will have sorted out the gaps that remain in their proposals sufficiently so that there's not a similar amendment to mine needed again. If there isn't, then I expect and indeed encourage their Lordships to pass a similar amendment and let us have another go. If this has to happen, those of us supporting this amendment will be less accommodating to the government than I propose to be today. But I hope it doesn't come to that. We all have a duty to the brave people fighting for democratic values, our values, in Hong Kong. And by the time this bill has passed through all its stages, I want to know that we have fulfilled that duty. So over to you, Minister. Do the right thing.
Can I just clarify that everybody who wants to speak in this debate is now standing? Right. Okay. Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to move new Clause 8, which is very gratefully signed by a number of members of this House, on child citizenship fees. The children in question are not migrants, I repeat, they are not migrants, because every single time this issue is raised, there's some sort of suggestion that there is something behind it, there's something slightly illegal behind this. I think it's absolutely disgraceful. On the contrary, the large majority are exactly like myself and the Prime Minister. They have every single right to British citizenship. The government and successive governments have accepted that. The issue is that they're being priced out. Now, in this country, we charge British children, up to 10 times more to claim their citizenship rights than their counterparts in Spain, France, Belgium, Denmark and Sweden, the most expensive in Europe. If the £35 fee introduced back in 1983 had risen in line with inflation, it would only be £120 today, but instead we are charging £1,012. A fee that has doubled in the past decade, a fee which the government have the ability to increase at will, a fee which far too many can't afford, and a fee the level of which neither myself nor the Prime Minister had to pay. And why do I keep mentioning myself and the Prime Minister? Because the circumstances of our births are no different from the children in question today. In fact, there are many members across this House not born here or born to migrants. None of us face these barriers on claiming our citizenship. No one questions our rights, and our British citizenship gives us the right to sit as members of this House. So I repeatedly mention myself and the Prime Minister because I believe that neither of us should be in a position to make things difficult for the children born after us. I certainly didn't come to this House to do that. But just like the Windrush generation, these children, through no fault of their own, and often with no idea of what's to come, go on to face some real difficulties with everyday life. Things we take for granted: travelling, getting a job, renting a home, or being able to go to university without being asked to pay international fees, in a country they were born in or have lived in their whole lives. Make it make sense. Now, Citizens UK, who alongside Amnesty International and the PRCBC, who have led on this campaign, have estimated that there are between 85,000 and 215,000 children with a legal entitlement to British citizenship who have ended up undocumented due to the extortionate registration fee. Imagine just how many children have never got the opportunity to reach their full potential because they spent the end of their childhood and the beginning of their adulthood fighting to prove that they have rights in their own country, fighting to prove that they belong in the only place they have ever called home. And exactly what happened with the Windrush generation. Now, we have to understand that the harm of being denied your citizenship rights in the only country you know can't be overstated. It's not just about the societal barriers, but the psychological impact of being constantly treated like a second-class citizen. And why do I continuously compare them to the Windrush generation? Because just like the Windrush generation, a piece of legislation or policy that was attempted to dissuade migrants and make the environment more hostile for them is impacting on a group of people that have every single right to be here. And just like the Windrush generation, this policy disproportionately affects those of Black, Asian and minority ethnic heritage. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. Does she agree with me that to make children bear the burden of this government's hostile environment policy must be wrong?
I thank my right honourable friend, and I absolutely agree with her, and I'm sure she will agree with me that there are clearly no lessons learned here. And now, this new clause is not even asking to scrap the fee, which is my personal preference. Just reduce it to cost and examine its impact on the rights of children. It does, however, ask for the fee to be scrapped for children in care. The very obvious fact that the children in care are the responsibility of the state. As we approach Christmas and we're thinking about families and home, with all of the disadvantages that children in care face, this government seems all too at ease with telling these children that they also have no country to call home, unless their local authority is willing to pay for it. Now, I spoke to children that were Lambeth care leavers, and they told me horrific tales of threats of deportation to countries they have never been to because they cannot prove their link to their citizenship due to issues with their relations with their parents. And our cash-strapped local authorities can't afford to keep paying these fees. Further to this, they are not border guards or immigration specialists to have to understand exactly what is happening. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North East, is absolutely right. There are parts of the citizenship section of this bill which we do appreciate, things that have been corrected. And I spoke to the Immigration Minister earlier this week, and I was very grateful for his time. I promised I would say something nice, and I did. I'd just like to say that If we are correcting all of these other things, why would we not correct this now? We know exactly what the issue is. We know that the courts have ruled it out. We know that the government has appealed against us, and the courts have ruled again that these fees are not in the best interest of children. This bill is so horrible in so many other areas. Is there not just one thing that we can all agree on? Just like the Windrush scandal, why does the government want to be dragged and screaming into submission on something which they know is absolutely right? Now, I'm glad to be standing here today because I get to keep my promise that I made just before my election to a group of students from St Gabriel's College who, along with Lambeth citizens, explained to me their plight as children who were suffering like this. And I'm glad and proud to be a school governor at their school because they are what I call citizens. They are affected by this issue, and some of them have moved on, but they continue to fight for others in their place. And I promised I would try and stand in this house and show that these young people are valued by their country, because this is their country. And I hope that every other member of this house, when this hopefully goes to a vote, will walk through the lobbies with me and show these young people that they have every single right to be here, that we won't continue to price them out, and they should be able to access every single right, just like myself and the Prime Minister have been able to. Thank you.
Andrew Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to move new clause 4 to this bill that would secure the right of abode to the brave and loyal servicemen that served Queen and country in the British military in Hong Kong Military Service Corps and the Hong Kong Royal Naval Service Corps since 1997. These were servants of the Crown, and they should, I believe, be treated equally to all those that have served in Her Majesty's Armed Forces. Certainly.
As a co-signee of the amendment, which I congratulate the member for bringing to the House today, does he agree with me that this is a unique group of individuals because of that service, and therefore they should be considered and considered favourably by the government?
They most certainly should, and it should not have taken all this time for the government to accept the need to deal with this. This is a left-behind group of ex-servicemen, and they really do need to be given the right of abode here in the United Kingdom. And it was prior to the handover of Hong Kong to the People's Republic of China that only 159 of the 654 British Hong Kong servicemen who applied under the then 1990 to 1997 British Nationality Selection Scheme were offered full UK passports for service to the Crown. I believe that those who applied for UK passports and were denied them have been discriminated against, and it's time this was rectified. They should have been treated equally to the 159 and also given British citizenship for their armed forces Crown service. Currently, the campaign for the right of abode of former British Hong Kong servicemen have established the number of servicemen still seeking recognition from the government to be around 301, with immediate family growing the group to around 1,000 people. This is, Madam Deputy Speaker, a very low number of people when compared to the 3 million citizens affected by the changes made last year to introduce the BNO passport, which was such a welcome support for the people of Hong Kong.
My honourable friend,
I certainly will.
Am I right in thinking that of these very patriotic individuals, they are seeking the right to come here if they need to under cases of future discrimination? They are not necessarily all likely to have to take up that right.
My right honourable friend makes a superb point, and he's of course completely correct. These ex-servicemen in Hong Kong are not demanding the right to come here straight away, but they want that option should there ever be a need for them to leave Hong Kong if they felt unsafe or their families were under threat. Surely in a situation like that, Her Majesty's government should support those who have served Her Majesty's armed forces. Yes, I certainly give way.
I thank the honourable member and the right honourable member for tabling this important amendment. Does he agree with me that while this amendment is welcome and it would be an improvement on the current situation, that it still means that young people born after 1997 would be relying on the BNO status of their parents, and that will disproportionately impact poorer Hong Kongers and people whose families moved after 1997.
I think that refers to a different amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, yes, certainly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this amendment, I take my mask off, isn't it the case that for this very explicit group of people who've given loyalty and service to this country in standing for freedom and liberty and the rule of law, it would be deeply ironic and unjust if we were to leave them to the vagaries of a regime that has turned out to be entirely opposite freedom, liberty and the rule of law, and that's why we owe them this duty of care if they choose to take it up.
And makes an excellent point. I agree wholeheartedly. This is about giving people that have loyally served the Crown and defended freedom and liberty in Hong Kong the ability, if they so choose, to have the option of living in the United Kingdom and being treated as equals. That is surely something we should now accept. This is long overdue, and I hope the Minister will respond accordingly later on. And I know that, Madam Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker himself shares my interest in resolving this long-standing issue. And I've worked together with Mr. Speaker prior to his elevation to the chair on this issue for over a decade. In that time, I've worked with a number of ministers, Home Secretaries, Ministers of State, including my friend James Brokenshire, the late member for Old Bexley and Sidcup. We've worked together to try to resolve this matter and right this wrong which has been done to these servicemen. But so far, with deep regret, no concrete steps have been taken by this or previous governments to resolve this matter. An appropriate solution must include a mechanism to grant every single one of these servicemen immediate settlement status in the UK if and when they decide they would like to take up that option. Furthermore, it should not create another group of left-behind servicemen by putting an arbitrary period of service required to be eligible for the right of settlement, or putting an age limit on the immediate family members that they would be able to bring to the United Kingdom. I believe that the only legislation that includes all of these measures will be sufficient to finally correct the anomaly that has led to these fine servicemen being left behind. My amendment, New Clause 4, would secure these objectives and finally give these servants of the Crown the right to be treated as fully British, which is no less than they deserve. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask the Government either to support my amendment or produce an appropriate and legally acceptable way to support these veterans and give them the status they are entitled to, dealing with this matter once and for all. It is with this in mind that I would like to thank the Minister for reaching out to me about suggesting an alternative solution which may be possible. However, let me be clear, I do require guarantees that will not be watered down. If the Minister does not feel able to support my amendment, I expect him to provide a fair and just solution that gives these brave and patriotic Hong Kongers the outcome they deserve, and ask him to use this opportunity today to provide the assurances I seek. Thank you.
Can I once again really urge colleagues to stick to the 5 minutes that we talked about, because we are going to have to impose a time limit shortly if we're going to get everybody in. Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have a fair old mixter of different amendments, new clauses and provisions here, but as I consider them all and try and find some common theme through it, I think I find this, and it is that foreign policy decisions that we as a country are taken in this House always, sooner or later, have domestic policy implications, consequences that flow from them. And it doesn't matter how hard we may try to ignore them, as we have done with the rights of the Chagos Islanders over the years. and it doesn't matter how hard we resist the logic of our own decisions for whatever reason, as we have done with the Hong Kongers until recent years. Eventually, they all require to be dealt with. I want to deal briefly with first of all, the amendment number 2 standing in my name, which is effectively to remove clause 10 from the bill, and the new clause standing in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden, which seeks to remove clause 9. Essentially, the purpose of clause 10 of the bill is to restrict the rights of children who would be born in this country but otherwise would be stateless. The point about clause 9, as was made very well by the Right Honourable Member, is that not only is the removal of citizenship obnoxious, it is the removal without notice that actually is supremely dangerous. Now, I think it's perfectly legitimate for government backbenchers to point out that the genesis of this removal was something that was to be found in the 2002 Act. I see them nodding. I would just gently counsel them that to say that you have found a way of taking a measure that was introduced by David Blunkett as Home Secretary and make it even more illiberal and more draconian is not necessarily something about which anybody should be particularly proud. It is the removal without notice that is particularly objectionable, and as the Right Honourable Member for Chingford said, one of the things that we're dealing with here is just that basic British sense of decency. And when it comes to the question of citizenship, we shouldn't be using that as some sort of tool for further punishment. There are plenty of other ways in which people who have done wrong can be punished. But you don't use fundamental concepts in domestic and international law, such as citizenship, as a tool for that. The Honourable Lady from the Scottish Nationalist Bench and the Honourable Lady from Streatham have brought forward various provisions with regard to the financial barriers that are put in place. I was happy to sign the Honourable Lady's amendment, and I very much support the ones brought by the Scottish National Party. It seems to me, from my casework as a constituency member, that we have made an immigration system which is already so complex that it is virtually impenetrable to those who are not in some way legally qualified, and as far as I can see from many who are legally qualified, that it should not therefore be administered in such a way that it is open to the government actually to make a profit from these cases. There are already sufficient financial barriers in the place of those who wish to have and need to have a citizenship, that we should not be putting a further financial barrier in their way. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a whole range of different matters before the House this afternoon. I think it illustrates to me the fact that this bill is far from properly scrutinised. We are taking it at a canter this afternoon. There may well be reasons for that in the minds of the government business managers, but as is the case with trying to wish away the consequences of our foreign policy decisions, these are not, or the considerations of government business managers are not ones that are going to carry any water when the bill gets to the other place. And I fear that even though the government will probably get their way on virtually everything today, we will not have heard the last of this bill yet.
After the next speaker, I will impose a time limit of 4 minutes. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to my amendment, new clause 7, which has been kindly supported by members from 8 different parties, including immigration and NHS subject experts, for which I am exceedingly grateful. I'd like to declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. My partner is an NHS clinician from overseas, and I'll state at this point that this new clause would not benefit him, as he already has his permanent residency status confirmed. In this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, we typically use the word hero far too casually. It's lavished on our celebrities and sports stars, and while I'm sure they're very deserving, I think this pandemic has shown us who this country's true heroes are in our NHS workforce. While the entire NHS has played a vital role, our thanks and gratitude should perhaps in particular go to our NHS clinical workers who've come from other countries. These are individuals who've travelled huge distances to be here, often separated from their families, putting their own lives at risk to help save our lives. Regardless of their or our citizenship, the duty and responsibility to care and contribute to the well-being of others always comes first with them. While I welcome the many steps that the government has already taken for foreign NHS workers, we do need to go further, and I'd ask the Minister to really give this some serious consideration for support this afternoon. With fees for indefinite leave to remain at almost £2,400, citizenship applications another £1,330, the total cost of naturalisation is almost £4,000, one of the highest fees of its type in the world, and that's after a minimum of 5 years, in which there will also be an initial visa cost, another high fee every third anniversary to renew. The process of becoming a citizen for our NHS workers is a costly and challenging one. We'll take an example of the case of Carrie, a real-life case but using a different name here. Carrie moved to the UK in 2016, leaving behind a husband and 4-year-old child back in South Asia. It took another year for her to bring her husband and daughter to join her because of the costs involved in dependence visas. They could only get to be together as a family once more by taking a loan which she has to pay for over 3 years. 3 years after she arrived, so still one more of loan payments to go, she had to get another loan and compound her cash flow problems because she was due for visa renewal, so had a load more fees. This year, Carrie's entitled to apply for indefinite leave to remain, with loans still ongoing from previous renewals, and the ILR is more expensive again. What does she do? What options available to Carrie? Her only choice is to apply for another loan, even bigger than before, to have the right to occupy a space in the UK and call it home. She pays her taxes every month. She's done so for 5 years. Oh, by the way, she's an ICU nurse. She spends the past 5 years saving lives, especially the past 18 months. She shouldn't be in debt. We should be in her debt. I feel, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's our duty to create a new route to permanent residency for NHS workers, one that won't leave them in debt, won't leave them in poverty or constant worry about funding their next application, by abolishing the costs associated with applying for indefinite leave to remain for NHS clinical workers. I'm proud that our NHS attracts such global talent and recruits from all over the world, and frankly, we wouldn't be able to run it without them. As of last year, over 160,000 NHS staff stated that they were a non-British nationality from over 200 different countries. Residency shouldn't be about cost. It should be about inclusion. It should be about our communities and contribution. And our NHS workers have arguably given the biggest contribution of all, saving our lives and keeping us safe. Despite being such valued members of the communities in which they live and work, without ILR and citizenship, they can't be fully part of them. Without ILR, individuals face barriers to home ownership, difficulty obtaining a mortgage, challenges in the job market, challenges in higher education, so many different aspects. Scrapping the fees would not only make ILR more affordable and a viable option for foreign workers in our NHS, but would also create a more diverse and, crucially, a more integrated society. And why is that important? Well, a few weeks ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I had a message from my partner, distressed at having met a new patient that morning and being asked, "I hope you're not from Myanmar." We have a long way still to go with integration and acceptance. People from other countries that have worked in our